Hello everyone, this is What If Fanfic. And today I'll bring you What If Naruto Was Cold in Highschool DxD Part 2. The link to the story will be in the description. If you want to hear a fanfiction, please comment down below. Now on to the story.
Akeno Himejima considered herself a lot of things. A good cook, a collector of rare things, a queen on her way to becoming one of the greats, and a sadist with a mean streak the size of Mt. Everest. She was also a light masochist. There was no need for people to know about that. The Priestess of Thunder made sure it was a secret. She had a reputation to maintain. But there was another trait Akeno liked to think she had: empathy. Partially empathetic, if not completely. She wasn't perfect, contrary to what the students of Ko Academy believed. Akeno had issues, lots of issues. There were things she did not want to talk about, and if she could, she would change the blood in her veins. But the matter which demanded her attention at the moment was the fidgety expressions of her king, more importantly her best friend, Rias Gremory. Something had been off for the last 4 or 5 days, and for the life of her, Akeno couldn't figure out what it was. Usually, the crimson-haired ruined princess would tell her queen everything. Akeno was called the Gremory confidant for a reason. And yet, there was no forthcoming from the young heiress. Akeno didn't want this period of misery to continue. "Bucho," the black-haired beauty said, after steeping the tea. Her king looked at her, broken out of a marathonic mental race from what she assumed. "Ha!" was the intelligent reply Akeno got. Urging the temptation to frown, the queen went to the desk and sat opposite to the Gremory. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Another lie. Akeno coughed into her hand before staring at Rias. She was trying to imitate an action a certain blonde in her life did. "Era, it's actually working." The queen smirked when her king began to fidget under her gaze. All she needed was a bit more pressure, and... "All right, fine," Rias shouted, looking away with a regal manner. Akeno found this satisfying. After a few more moments, the redhead spoke. "It's about Issei." "What did Haida-kun do?" She was generally curious. To her knowledge, the month-old reincarnated devil wasn't doing too shabby. "It's his sacred gear." Her king sighed, a bit distraught. "It's still in its dormant form." "At this rate." "Rias." Akeno was confused at her words. It didn't make sense. "What are you talking about? Are you hiding something?" "The wedding deadline," it decreased. Akeno felt a pang in her chest. She could only imagine what her king was going through. "Again? I thought it was 6 months later." "There was an incident a few days ago," Rias explained. "We don't know what exactly, but the rumor is Loki defected from Norse pantheon." A god was just that, a god. The power they held, it was maddening to say the least, and Loki was no prankster. Well, not a harmless one anyway. "I see," Akeno said. "And what did Lord Lucifer say?" "Every pantheon is a bit on guard, the 3 factions especially. To be honest, we're still recovering, and I'm not talking only about our race," Rias explained and closed her diary. Now, that book contained secrets that even Akeno didn't know. "And they didn't want to take any chances with how a rogue god can act, especially one like Loki. So they scheduled your wedding ahead of time," Akeno said. Rias' nod seemed cruel to her. "Rias, we don't have a choice now. We're going to have to start training Haida-kun." "I know, but how?" Rias asked, her voice louder than usual. Her air of regality gone. In that moment, the red-haired girl was nothing more than a teen whose fate was all but sealed. What do I do? Issei's devil powers are horrible, he hasn't awakened his sacred gear, and half the time I talk he's staring at my chest. We don't have any other choice, Rias. Akeno sighed. Even she was at the end of her wits. We're going to start training seriously. When's the date for the wedding? June 20th. The Gremory heiress clenched her fist, and Akeno hid her surprise. A month and a half was not enough. Don't worry, Rias. Akeno placed her hand over her king's. It was smaller than hers and bit smoother. Keeping that bit of jealousy in the back of her mind, she continued. We can pull it off. Though, our routine will have to change. I know, Rias said, and her queen, silently, mourned for the anime collection that was yet to be seen by her king. But what about Issei? The boosted gear hasn't awakened yet. Don't worry. Akeno smiled, one that promised pain and suffering. You leave that to me. A cute kohai he may be, but you're my king and my best friend. If he doesn't shape up well... She paused. I'll persuade him to do so. She felt Rias' hand jerk a bit under her touch. Don't kill him. Era. Akeno playfully muttered her own tick. When have I ever gone over the top? Akeno. Don't worry, Rias, Akeno said, her tone more stern and comforting. Only a few people knew this side of hers. You're not going to get trapped with that phoenix. I'll make sure of it. Besides, I wouldn't be much of a friend otherwise. Thank you. The crimson-haired heiress smiled. Akeno could tell her king was a bit calmer now. Thanks, I needed that. Don't mention it, Akeno replied. Her smile turned a bit cheeky now. Although I do wish I had a camera right now, watching you squirm and getting all frustrated makes my day. Akeno, she groaned, and the queen giggled at her expression. Then Rias' eyes widened as she looked peevish. Oh no, I forgot. Forgot what? Akeno asked. Her king looked silly at that moment. Not befitting her position at all. The new missions from the house, Rias sighed. I forgot to send my familia the last time. Well, that was highly irresponsible of you, Bucho, Akeno chided. You're going to ask me to go get it, aren't you? Yes. Fine, Akeno sighed. But I expect some sort of compensation for this. Skipping classes is something I don't generally do. I take my studies very seriously. Yes, of course, Rias said, leaning forward. That confident smile didn't please Akeno. Bet it has nothing to do with a blonde, does it? Maybe, Akeno smiled proudly. Maybe not. Why are you so interested? Don't tell me you actually have a crush on him? Please, Rias said. We both know who has a crush on him. I have no idea what you're talking about, she replied. As if Rias could rile her up. Her king wasn't near her level. A mere child compared to the things Akeno could say. You do seem interested, though. What of these days, Akeno? Rias said. Naruto is going to drive you crazy, and I will be there to see it. Akeno's cheeks flushed. She spoke with a sultry voice. Well, I never pegged you for a voyeur. Ria's face becoming red was extremely satisfying. Ah, her king was yet to learn her art. So, the black-haired queen continued. When do I go? Now or dash? If you go now, then you might make it back for lunchtime. Unless dash. Enku is there. Akeno sighed. Lord Lucifer's pawn was a bit slow. Handling paperwork was not his forte. She loved the Qilin. The pawn was an avid friend when they were kids, but he was meant for other duties. Yeah, that might be an issue, Rias grumbled, drumming her fingers on the desk. Akeno resisted the urge to sigh again, something she was picking up from another person in her life. She nodded before standing up and spoke again. Some mental comfort could help her friend. Rias, Akeno began. Don't worry. We'll get through this. I promise you that. Her king's shoulders slackened and she nodded. Using her powers, Akeno created a teleportation circle and the world before her disappeared. Various colors exploded, everything around her rushed past her a very fast acid trip. Akeno, personally, considered this method to be similar to a fast elevator. Maybe they should add that ding sound as well. The behemoth Gremory estate was in front of her. Akeno never did finish exploring the place. Roaming around the entire compound, if she could call it that, with Rias was one of her favorite games as a child. Of course, then Okita had to start talking about the way of the samurai. The queen still blames Lucifer's knight for triggering the weeb inside her king. Akeno, she heard someone call her. It was low and stern and emotionless. You're late. The Himejima smiled, a bit nervous at the scrutinizing gaze Grayfia Lucifuge the strongest queen gave her. Apologies, Lady Grayfia. Akeno fiddled her fingers. My king forgot to tell me about this. The silence frustrated her. The silver-haired maid reminded her of Naruto at times, but she was scarier in her mind. Akeno had seen what Grayfia could do to her lord husband. I see, Grayfia said, her voice still not showing any emotions. Follow me. Unfortunately, it will take some time. There are some renovations going on here for the upcoming event. Akeno clenched her fists at those words as she strode behind her fellow queen. Lady Grayfia, Akeno spoke up, ridding the fear in her mind. If you don't mind me asking, why is this still going on? Marriages between devilkind to preserve the blood isn't uncommon, you should hardly need to ask me that. The maid replied without looking back. Still, Rias should be free to choose her own life. Why can't Lord Xiaticus and Lady Venelana see that? We are devils, Akeno, Grayfia said. Akeno saw the maid looking for people slacking off their work. Being selfish is in our nature. Like every other being, we want what's good for us. Keeping the remaining pillars intact is something no one can refute, not even Lord Lucifer. Besides, we're servants, our opinions hardly matter. Akeno didn't reply and kept up with her pace. As true as the words were, her resolve didn't waver. She's not going to get married to the Phoenix heir. We'll see, Grayfia replied. Also, there's something else I need to talk to you about, Lady Grayfia, Akeno stated, and she could tell Queen of Lucifer was interested. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. She kept reading through the age-old book. It was older than her by at least 9 centuries. Her turquoise eyes scanned the book. Searching for loopholes, plausible reasons to delay the inevitable. As she continued, her dread increased with each word. The old devil laws had stood the test of time for a reason, and the only method of escape she had was something she'd rather avoid. Rias sighed and closed the book. A frown scarred her beautiful features, and felt a small pang in her heart. It had been some time since Akeno had left, and Rias couldn't bring herself to walk out. Her usual stride, graceful and perfect, which all the students would worship, was gone. Rias' walk now resembled that of an old man withered by age and loss. Her mind was at more than 1,000,000 places at a time. She couldn't even tell Akeno about the few things she found out about a certain blonde. Was it a breach of privacy on her part? Not really. She was one of the 2 kings of this area, and no anomaly would go unchecked. Still, the Gremory heiress felt a little dirty for digging into his background. The noise of the door opening distracted her, and she saw the members of her peerage sans Akeno, and one cute, cross-dressing devil. Yuta looked bright as ever, Kaneko was bland as usual, Issei was depressed. Did something happen? She asked. Her pawn was always a bit more cheerful than this. On top of that, Rias didn't want him to be in a down mood since they would be going out for a hunt today. Well, she hoped there would be a stray devil around here. Bucho! The teen groaned. The third member of the pervert trio seemed disheartened. I can't do this anymore. Was he thinking about quitting her peerage? I can't give out those flyers anymore. You wouldn't believe the freaks I meet sometimes. Issei exclaimed, and Rias was surprised with the dedication towards not handing out contracts with devils. Now, Issei, Rias began, using her smooth voice which enchanted so many. Remember what I told you. Your dream of becoming a harem king won't come true unless you get to become a high-class devil, and for that you need to work hard. Very hard. Hopefully too hard. She knew it was cruel, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Rias was willing to go the extra mile. Originally she planned to, slightly, seduce Issei every now and then, to motivate him. Different people aspired in different ways. In Issei's case, perversion and promises of lust increased his drive. The Gremory heiress was never afraid of showing a bit of skin. The only reason she hadn't woken up naked in her newly acquired pawn's bed was because she had been busy with a lot of research. Try not to focus so much on a plan, he said. She couldn't look away. The condescending tone all but gone. Was he giving her advice in general? Anything can happen in a fight. Improvise more, then we'll talk. Rias cut out the last word he said because it was not necessary. She was not a loser, Issei said, and Rias' turquoise eyes narrowed at him. Her pawn flinched in fear, and Crimson Ruin Princess clenched her fists. Care to repeat yourself, Issei? Rias did not know how menacing her smile was at the moment. She wasn't angry, no. She was livid at that one word. Her pawn shook in fear, her knight gulped, and Kaneko was, in her eyes, a tad bit more serious. Well? Bibucho. Her pawn stammered. Rias still fumed and gestured for him to continue. I said the last guy I went to give a flyer to was a total loser. Rias calmed down a bit. I'm more on edge than I thought I'd be. Stupid Loki. Stupid Council, stupid Phoenix, stupid Naruto. Bucho, is something wrong? Yudokiba asked. The king calmed her nerves and took a breath of fresh air. Nothing, Rias said, sighing, and saw her servants relax. She looked at the brown-haired teen, who was still scared witless, not surprising since a bit of her destructive power had seeped out. The heiress didn't blame him. People stronger than his current state had been erased before her by the very same small wisps she revealed. "I'm sorry about that, Issei." She apologized. The pawn nodded. Very quickly might she add, "Don't worry, what were you saying?" "Ah, never mind, Bucho. I assure you dash." "Issei," Rias ordered her pawn. "Please continue what you were saying. I honestly tuned out." "Write the flyer thing, Bucho," Issei began after taking a pause. "I met some of the sickest people. One of them wears cat ears and has a lowly fetish. Hell, even I've never seen some of those dujins he's got. Note to self, never let Issei appear in front of parents without teaching him proper tact." Rias nodded to his words and the rest of the blabber that left. It was cute in a naive way. A lot of people underestimated the famed member of the perverted trio. He was a nice person. And then I found out he has Caucasus original hentai manga. Those are uber rare, but still, NTR isn't my thing. And he was one of the biggest pervs she would ever meet in her life. Period. Well, beggar kings can't be choosers. Rias finished the thought, and Issei stopped. "I understand what you're talking about, Issei, and they will stop at one point." She saw the hope gleaming in his eyes, the chest filled with pride, body shivering with excitement. "But not anytime soon." Pervert sad. Kaneko hammered another nail to his deflating coffin, Issei's depressed form in this case. "But don't worry tonight," Rias said, her voice a tad bit sterner. "We'll be having a different routine." "Different?" Issei asked. "There's a chance we'll get to meet a stray devil tonight." What's that?" "Issei, didn't I explain this to you before?" Rias asked, wondering if she had indeed forgotten such a thing. "I may have zoned out." At least he was honest. "Stray devils are basically devils gone AWOL on their masters," Rias explained. She was glad he was paying attention to her eyes. His eyes were slowly going down. "And," she said loudly, snapping his attention back to her face, "are labeled as threats. Usually with kill upon sight orders. So, make sure to never run away, Issei. I don't want to hunt you down." Rias loved how she could mess with people sometimes. She must have been rubbing off of Akeno. They did sleep in the same bed countless times. That was one image she didn't want Issei to think about at the moment. His brain could only take so much lewdness. Finally, a magic circle appeared in the room and Akeno appeared. She looked at the group, and smiled. Rias, however, saw the small bit of worry and annoyance in her face. "Oh yeah, I need to tell her about Naruto." "Era, all of you seem to be here," Akeno said, her usual tick in complete rhythm with that smile of hers. Rias often wondered if her queen practiced this in front of the mirror. "Bucho, sorry about the late arrival." There were some renovations going on at the house and Enku was dealing out the papers. Shoving the thought about her brother's pawn aside, the crimson-haired girl's mind lingered on the word renovation. It pissed her off. This whole thing fucked with her temper more than she wanted to admit. "Bucho!" Akeno broke her out of that train of thought. "It looks like there is a stray devil here." Akeno handed her a piece of paper, the Gremory sigil, her sigil clear on the parchment. Her eyes scanned the paper over and over again. "I feel like go dash. The creator has a gripe against me. Is it because I'm the current Lucifer's sister? Rias resisted the urge to groan. Of all the rogue, traitorous devils to pop up in her hood, so to speak, it had to be one with large breasts. Her pawn was lucky in a way. "Oh right," Yuto spoke up, grabbing everyone's attention. "Akeno-senpai." "Yes, Yuto." "Naruto-senpai left early. Just thought I'd let you know." "What?" Rias snapped her gaze towards Akeno, more precisely due to the small shock she heard in that one word. He left early today," Yuto explained. Her knight and rook, aware of how Akeno's reaction was different than usual. "When did he leave exactly?" "Right after classes ended. I tried to say hi, but I guess he was in a rush." Rias wasn't the smartest person, yet, but she was sure that Uzumaki never left the school in a hurry. Never. This was unusual, and judging by the look in Akeno's eyes, who was probably the closest person to him, it was something that raised questions. The blonde had a pretty monotonous life. Always being average, blending in with the crowd to become a perfect, faceless everyman. Just Naruto Uzumaki, a ramen shop owner, an orphan, an average student. Except he wasn't. Even Rias knew he was so much more than that. But first she needed to ease Akeno's mind, and friends came first. "Right," the king said to her peerage members. "Now that school's over, you can all head home. No need to make contracts today, we have a stray to hunt tonight. So eat up and be prepared. You especially, Issei. Today will be your first combat experience." "Right, Bucho." Rias couldn't help but giggle at his salute, and after they left, the king called Akeno to seat beside her on the couch. She even locked the door. This was something only her queen needed to hear. "What is it, Rias?" Akeno asked, and the heiress knew her friend picked up on the mood. "You're late. Much more than I thought you'd be. If you weren't, you might have caught him." "I was discussing something with Lady Grayfia." Now that was interesting. "About what?" "Something regarding the rating games. It's something I'm working on and I still haven't found a clear answer to." "Will it help?" "I'll let you know when it does." Rias sighed in relief, glad that her friend was looking out for her. "Is there anything else, Bucho?" Rias knew why the black-haired beauty wanted to leave, but she needed to let her know. It did help her solve a piece of the puzzle known as Naruto Uzumaki. "You're going to look for him, aren't you?" "Yes," Akeno replied, smiling. "I've gotten used to him, especially since he's been opening up a bit more." "But he's still hiding things, isn't he?" "Sadly, yes." Akeno had a wistful expression now. "But I'm sure he will one of these days." "Akeno, do you trust him?" Rias needed to know. For some reason she couldn't explain, she needed to know. There was this air about Naruto that Rias couldn't explain. It was strange, alarming yet peaceful too. "Strange as it sounds, yes," the Queen of Rias Gremory said proudly, not a hint of deception in her voice. "I trust him. There's something I found out about him." "What?" Akeno frowned at her. Rias blamed her inner, insatiable curiosity for this. "Did you dash?" "Listen," Rias said, grasping Akeno's hands, which were a bit rougher than hers. "I think I know a bit about why he is the way he is." "Rias." "I don't know why I did it, Akeno, hear me out." Akeno still seemed reluctant. Please! Her queen sighed. Fine, Rias. Just this once, I'm letting it slide. But please don't do it again. I really don't want him stray away again. Rias could not describe how jealous she felt of Naruto at that moment. Digressing her thoughts and began. Naruto, he wasn't as alone as we thought he was. What? Yes, Rias said. She had same expression as Akeno when she found out. Naruto had a family. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. Deep within the urban crevices of Ko was a shady part of the otherwise perfect town. While the crime rate here was all but non-existent, there was always a hoodlum looking to make a quick buck. Some hooker looking to earn a bit more money, pay off that filthy mortgage and not get disfigured. Downtown, or Dirty Little Ko as some locals call it, housed them all. Drugs, booze, women, strip clubs, illegal purchases all available here, and the cops that cracked down on them paid off. It was beautiful to the less than legal social class. Then the rates began to drop and the number of active ruffians began to disappear. All around 11 years ago, downtown became less of a shithole than it was back then. Right there, in the middle of that otherwise black sheep area of Ko, was a small 3-story building. Gray in color and bland in its outlook, the place was a home to all those who were unwanted. To the ones who were considered mistakes. The Clearia Memorial Orphanage. It was the biggest orphanage here, and despite the looks, the building was well maintained, but could use more patrons. After all, how many people gave a shit about orphans living in the bleakest part of town? Not very few. Naruto drove his SUV, remembering the area he grew up in for the first 7 years of his life. It was a place he didn't hate, but there was a certain resentment he had towards some people. When his access to chakra became proficient, he started cleaning house, and even now he sent a disguised clone to scout the place. More so since the encounter with Raynare. Finding his stop at the gray building, Naruto parked the car and unstrapped his seat belt. He stepped out and grabbed the 2 very large white bags from the passenger seat. He volunteered for this, and he'd keep his word. Holding the 2 in his hand, he opened the door and entered. They had a new receptionist. A very pretty blonde with gray eyes, a rare shade. She greeted him with a wide smile. Welcome to Clearia Memorial, how may we help you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Lifting the bags, he continued, I believe it's my turn for the monthly kids' feast. Oh yes! The receptionist, Kara was her name if the tag didn't lie. Mr. Uzumaki, you can go straight through and join the children in the dinner hall. I'd rather not. Naruto shrugged. Seeing her confusion, he continued. I'm not good with kids. I see. The smile on the receptionist dulled, but she took those bags with enthusiasm. Yeah, there was no way she could lift them. I'll help, these are pretty heavy, Naruto said, taking up the bags again. Kara walked beside him. She looked bubbly and cheerful. The walk to the hall was short, and as the doors opened, a million different voices rung in his ears. Children chattered, some yelled, most of them laughed. A string of eels could be heard as Naruto saw a kid sneeze, the brat's nose gushing out a waterfall of mucus. This place reminded him of a time long gone. The hallway still looked the same to him. It hadn't changed the slightest. It's here, Uzumaki-san, Kara said as she led him to a large table. The blonde placed the 2 bags of food and turned to give her a list. This is a list of what I brought. Will it be enough, or do I need to get more? Goodness, no! This is more than enough. Her eyes widened at the amount, and Naruto took a small bit of pride in her shock. Still unpredictable as ever. Oh my, if it isn't my favorite ghost! Naruto knew that voice, that kind, gentle voice. He remembered a time when it had more life, and he turned to see a woman dressed in a gray nun outfit. The woman was around 70. The nun's frame, lightly, hunched over, and she had that damned smile on her face. You've grown your hair too big, Rito. And she still called him by that name. Sister Arya. In the flesh, the old woman reached for his face. She had gotten old. To think the small skinny boy would grow up to be so handsome. Maybe if I was born 50 years later, we could have been a what do they call it these days? A thing? You're still as witty as ever, Naruto replied, forcing himself to not smile at her. I see you've met Kara already. Arya pointed at the young receptionist. Please be a dear and take her out for dinner sometime. Sister Arya! I don't date nuns, Naruto said. They're too uptight. She's not a nun, and I'm sure she has a thong somewhere. Sister Arya! There are children around here! Kara exclaimed, the blonde's face now red. She faced Naruto and spoke. I am so sorry. No need to. I know exactly how insane she can get. Children these days. Come on now. I haven't seen you in a while. You're not leaving that quickly. Sister Arya had always been stubborn, but he was ahead in that department. I can't, Naruto said. I'm kind of busy. I have to go back to work. Ruto. Look, Sister Arya. Naruto began. He was getting softer these days. The old woman's eyes didn't help either. I'll visit some other time. The last time you said that was when you got into that school of yours, 5 years ago no less. Sister Arya pointed out. She was good, he could say that much. And now you're here again, making another empty promise. Naruto couldn't deny that. Sister Arya, despite her lack of knowledge, was right about him. He did make empty promises and failed to keep them up. It was better that way. Giving your word meant something he would do no matter what. The blonde didn't want to keep any more promises. They shackled him, and he never wanted to fail again. I'll try to visit, okay? Naruto tried to convince the woman. I see you're still reluctant as ever. Out of everyone I raised here, you were by far the most troublesome. Arya sighed. Hardly. Naruto wanted to snort, but resisted. Rolling his eyes, he spoke. Whatever suits you. Goodbye, Sister Arya. Wait, now. She grabbed his sleeve. The very least I can do is walk a patron out of this building, and I did walk you out of here the last 2 times as well. You do remember, right? Yes, Naruto replied very quickly. Just another series of mistakes in my life. Let's go then. Sister Arya, slowly, led the way and Naruto heard the receptionist bid him farewell. He nodded back. After leaving the hallway, the two walked at a slow pace. How are you, Ruto? I'm fine, Naruto replied. I came here a few days ago. Heard you were in the hospital. What happened? Oh, nothing these old bones can't take, the nun replied with a gesture. I think my time is coming. We all have God's calling. God, the omnipotent asshole in his life. There was a time he would have outright ignored the mere concept of God, but fate, yes, fate, had shown him otherwise. The creator of everything had fucked with his life, and Naruto was tired of it. That was the reason why he felt slight towards such a being. Sister Aria's constant attempts to baptize him always failed. He didn't have faith in a person who turned his back on people. To top it all off, he had an object which served proof of God's power with him. Even now, always by his side. Its useful features were the reason he hadn't thrown it away. Well, look at that! Arya exclaimed. We've reached the end of the line. Naruto reached for the doorknob and was about to walk out, but Arya's next words stopped him. I'm sorry, Rito. The blonde turned to look at her. I'm sorry for what happened to you. No child deserves the fate you had. Maybe if they lived dash. They're dead, and don't apologize. You weren't there that day. Naruto cut her off. And besides, it was my fault. All of it. Take care, Sister Arya. Do come and visit me sometime, she said with a smile. You are an adorable child. We'll see. Promise me, Ruto. Sister Arya was not letting him off the hook that easily. Promise me. I'll try. Naruto stopped for a while looking at the frail old woman. Nostalgia tugged at his heart, and he laid a small kiss on her cheek. Take care of yourself. Oh, I will. Kara's there with me at all times, the nun said. He nodded. Goodbye. Naruto got out and was speeding towards his car. He went in and ignited the engine. It hummed to life and he was driving out of downtown, the broken place for the forgotten ones. He didn't even know why he was doing this. Oh right, because he was selfish. The blonde wanted that normalcy, but shame, guilt, and memories would never let him have that. You're never going to have a normal life. Half of it was your fault, you fucking idiot, Naruto said to himself. Getting home and writing some smut would probably distract him. It was late noon and he arrived sooner than he thought. Opening the garage door in the backside of his house, he parked it and was planning to go through the back door. Unfortunately, he felt someone standing near his apartment door. Naruto knew who it was and stepped out of the garage, locking it. He walked up the staircase and saw Akeno standing there. Strangely enough, her violet eyes seemed a bit down. He could see the worrisome expression on her face. You're here again. I heard you left early, Akeno said. Naruto eyed the lunchbox in her hand. She then brought it up. This is for you. Naruto took the box. Thanks. We're going to be hunting a stray tonight. A stray what? Cat? Naruto asked. It may seem out of place, but he truly wished there wasn't a demon cat here as well. He had enough Torah for one lifetime. Stray devil, Akeno clarified. She smiled a bit. Do you want to come over? A woman was offering him to hunt some demons. He sighed. As tempting as it sounds, I'll pass. I have a shop to maintain. It would have been a good experience, the black-haired girl said. Sorry I couldn't make it to lunch today, I was busy with something else. I figured, Naruto said. He was honestly surprised she wasn't present at class today. She did have a life outside of just meeting up with him. Though, it was kind of weird not having her around today, especially since he started talking with her more. "I have an idea," she chirped. That smile on her face was so beautiful. "How about I help you out tomorrow at the shop?" "What?" Naruto asked. "I can help you at the store tomorrow." "I don't need help." "Well, you don't have a choice." He sighed, a bit mentally tired today. "Fine, 11:00. Don't be late, and I'm not paying." "No problem," she sang. Naruto knew she was doing this to get on her nerves. It was a game between them. Sadly, she won more than him. He was about as talkative as a brick wall, and some of the things she said surprised him. Then, without warning, she stepped forward and looked straight at his face, very closely. The intensity in her eyes was something to behold. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing," Akeno said, warmth present in her voice. "You, Naruto-kun. Just you." She said goodbye and left quicker than he thought. He shook his head and planned to prepare a clone to follow her. This stray devil business sounded interesting, and he needed more info on the Peerage. Naruto didn't even realize he was smiling a bit as he entered his house. Crazy woman. Patience was never her forte. Had it been, she would have been soaring in the skies above with wings as white and rich as snow, with eyes so green that even the finest emerald scowled at her with envy. With light hair fluttering like a drape of gold. She sighed, recalling each and every glorious detail about those days. An unfathomable number and considerably more laments heaped up on them. Whenever she saw her ugly reflection in a mirror, the fallen would be reminded of who she used to be and all she lost. Lady Gabriel spoiling her, and she cherished the seraph for it. To Raynare, the female seraph was more like a mother than a sister, as everyone else viewed her. When she was a child, Gabriel would take her to her most loved spot and tell tales of the old age. Of an era when Yahweh appeared more as opposed to staying cooped up in the seventh layer. She, nonetheless, was more than content with her life on the third. Skies studded with stars, the perpetual blue surface beneath, and fluffy clouds languidly gliding around. She would laugh and fly with her brothers and sisters. Truly, heaven was worthy of its name, and one could not fully appreciate her father's skill as an artist unless they saw the divine realm with their own eyes. Only a fool would forsake it. That thought started her road to downfall. Curiosity made her delve deep about Lucifer, or Hellel as he was known in the old days, the most beautiful angel her father ever created. What made God's favorite son turn his back on paradise? Was humankind so repulsive that the once shining seraph turned into the begetter of all devils? With time, she wound up understanding Lucifer's actions. Slowly the archangel's hatred started to make sense. The angels were light, man was mud. Humankind's contentions drew her wrath as well, and before she knew it, sins poisoned her mind. Endlessly it developed, her voice ended up louder, her questions significantly bolder. Lord Michael, I still don't understand. Just what makes them so special? The archangel would tell her that Father knew best, that he understood all. Why does Father love them more than us? Lady Gabriel spoke of their free will, how they would all choose the greater good over the darkness that lurked in them. Why should we care about them? Metatron, the voice of God, reason how Father saw them as children. Little ones the angels would guide. The more she heard about their potential to become better, the more her disdain grew. With each day they became more irksome. An abortion, a completely good monkey wasted with the gift of freedom. Then one day, Raynare spoke her mind. She made her view all too clear. Lord Hello was right about them. They are but spiteful beasts, filled only with imperfections. Father was wrong, and so are all of you. If only she knew how those words would cause Michael to shake his head in sadness, Raphael to frown with disappointment, and Uriel, her brother, marked her with the profane flames, her fall assured with the last action. The fallen remembered those flames, how they snarled as they removed her divinity, and felt God's blessing abandoning her. However, none of that hurt compared to when she saw Gabriel crying for her, when Metatron somehow held her back, the latter also affected by the judgment bestowed. She remembered how the ground beneath her cracked, how her majestic wings became dark as raven feathers, how her hair became black as a sinner's heart. Her eyes were now a rotting shade of amethyst, washed in the deepest, forgotten abyss and hardly worth a second glance. Raynare didn't remember how long she fell, but for her it was nothing less than an eternity. Deep into the pigsty she fell, the one they called Earth. What's wrong? She looked at Calwarner, snapping out of her greatest nightmare. Her comrade's hair was dull brown. Both had used magic to disguise themselves. Raynare herself looked younger and more innocent. There was no need to take chances with the devils. Hiding their true forms worked better under certain circumstances. Nothing. Raynare lied. Her phony, dark-colored eyes focused on the FIDS. All the more on Flight 174, she need to hold up one more hour before it landed. Under normal circumstances she didn't need to come here to get the new member. But this wild card needed to be watched extra carefully, and the Devils and Co. weren't the only people she was wary about. Raynare. She shook her head. All her lies were useless when it came to Calwarner. I was just thinking. About what? Home, the Fallen said. I was thinking about home. You know you shouldn't let it bother you this much, even after all these years. Kala consoled her. It's been a long time since that day. Every word her friend said was true. But Raynare still felt bitter. She had every damn right to feel that way. Clenching her fist, she stood up. I'm going to get some coffee. This guy hasn't arrived, and he's already causing me a headache. Lord Kokabille said he was the best they had at the moment. The cadre assured her this would work. Sneaking into a church, stealing a broken blade fragment, kidnapping other nuns for reasons she was yet to know. The Fallen had done it all in hopes of gaining a gift, something she was told that could heal anything. He did, Raynare concluded, placing her faith, whatever little of it remained, in the Fallen who promised her the one thing she wanted more than anything. Do you want something as well? I'll pass, Calwarner replied. Raynare nodded before walking away. She ignored the lecherous looks every worthless human gave her, like every other day. After her small journey ended, she reached a small stall and ordered an espresso. At least humans did something right. Much to her relief, the barista came back quickly with a filled cup. She cast a small spell on him, nothing too major. Paying humans was something she would not do. As she prepared to go back, a man stood beside her and ordered mocha. The runner of the shop smiled and went back to fetch just that as she found herself unable to move. Raynare knew that voice all too well. It wasn't as heartless as she remembered, there was a hint of mercy in it. The fallen calmed herself down, she was under a disguise and to the world she was a different person right now. Regardless, she needed to leave and had no intention of standing this close to him. Wait! She froze in fear as she found him staring at her. What did he want with her? Did he follow her? Was he planning to kill her and Kala? Raynare needed to get away, to warn Kala and stop him before he. You didn't pay, he pointed out, the voice calm compared to her inner terror. For the coffee. She focused on his words and played along for now. Right. She smiled, faking a warm smile. The blonde didn't say anything further, and Raynare begrudgingly paid for her drink. A part of her died as she handed over the money to the baboon. I forgot. She continued, trying to act normal. He shook his head disapprovingly. Raynare, now a bit calmer, started to walk away and grasped for straws, thinking of ways how get out of this mess. She could follow him, and... Don't cross my path again. The words rung in her ears, the harsh, wintry tone of his voice made her tremble. I will end your existence, Raynare. She stood still for a moment, hearing how his footsteps were moving away from her, and sneaked a glance at the blonde. He walked lazily, without a care, into the crowd. Walking back in a daze, 1,000 thoughts thrashed about in her head. Raynare had bumped into someone along, ignoring whatever gibberish the fool said. Taking the empty seat beside Kala, who hadn't noticed her inner turmoil, the fallen realized her hands had been shaking. His touch still tainted her, the only human to do so. Yet she had pictured him when she was. Raynare! Kala shook her shoulder, as she nearly dropped her cup. What the heck is wrong with you? You're sweating. Wiping off the small sheen on her forehead, the fallen sighed a bit. Her eyes looked around, just to be sure. He wasn't here. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Her friend persisted. You look like you saw a ghost. He is a ghost, Raynare concluded in her mind. He had truly disappeared. It was almost as if a specter had returned and warned her of paths better not taken. I thought I saw that guy. The one who dash. Where? It wasn't him. Raynare lied. She didn't want Kala fighting him under any circumstances. Her friend would die. Of that there was no doubt. It was someone else. Are you sure? Yes, the fallen said before drinking. It was warm and soothing and relaxing. Let's just focus on waiting for this guy. Kala Warner didn't pry further, and she was glad. Raynare simply focused on the screen, occasionally glancing. He'd invaded her thoughts once more. She'd seen him more recently in a dream, bloody and scary with a bloodier smile on his face. It didn't fit for some reason. The blonde was cruel, not ruthless from what she surmised. He appeared in her other dreams too. She blamed the wine and that one-time thing she did in the church for that notion. Focus, Raynare, she chastised herself. Soon it'll arrive. And you'll get what you want. XXXXXADMXXXXX. Ichiraku's of Ko Town was, in his eyes, a poor imitation of the original. While his store was without a doubt the premier ramen shop in this place, it was far from the most popular place in town. He couldn't account for people's bad tastes in culinary, so Naruto simply accepted that perhaps ramen was not the greatest food. an opinion most agreed with. He had no problems with that. That said, he was mentally exhausted. Sundays were supposed to be his off days, when the customers were lesser in numbers and the entire day would smoothly pass by. It was the status quo. However, he'd been overworking today, tired of making excess money and running out of supplies save his personal stash, one that was brought in from the airport specifically. The reason behind such an increase in paying customers was clear too. There you go. Enjoy. Her voice grew sweeter with every word. The men, more accurately high school teens with hungry stomach and hungrier eyes, blushed. They leered back and forth from the bowl of ramen to Akeno, who wore an apron over a black, full-sleeved shirt and beige pants. She was wearing that accursed hat too. She looked better in it than he did. Then again, Akeno looked good in anything. He sighed as the customers he gave 3 bowls to muttered a non-cordial thanks to him. They must have forgotten he owned the place. So far, the day had been going less murky than he thought it would. As he turned around, several gasps resounded within the room. Akeno was standing close to him, a bit too close. Her face inches away from her, violet eyes refusing to look away from his blue ones. What? Naruto said. He was used to it at this point. She'd do this often, and he would try his best not to react. It was a game. Unfortunately, Akeno won more times than he gave her credit for. She was getting bolder and more attractive every day. Try as he might, it was impossible to deny that. We're running out of supplies. I don't think the stuff we have will last for the day. Akeno finished, crossing her arms and smiling contentedly. Looks like I was right. We did sell out before 4:00. Naruto Uzumaki actually forgot about that small bit. He didn't think she was popular to the point there would be lines outside his small shop. I know. You don't have to point it out. She giggled in victory. You really should have thought this through, Naruto-kun. She wagged her finger a bit. He rolled his eyes, his go-to reaction when it came to her. The customers were still staring at him with flabbergasted expressions. Your food's getting cold, Naruto said, bringing them back to the world as he got out of the shop and stood outside his store. There were still lots of boys standing outside his shop. We're closing down for lunch. He paused. And the rest of the day. Immediately, at least 25 people started crying. 20 growled in anger, 10 cursed him, and 5 stood in front of him with their arms crossed while glaring at him. He blinked twice to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. He wasn't. Naruto figured they were from a different school, and looked more like roughnecks and less like students. Hey, one of them said. The kid had bleached blonde hair. Aren't you that blonde devil of Ko we keep hearing about? Naruto chuckled hearing that. He was a devil. The irony was not lost on him. This was just precious. Is that another famous nickname I'm not aware of? He thinks he's funny. A short one came up this time. Why I oughta dash, was all he could say before Naruto narrowed his eyes at him and his group. He slowly exerted pressure on them, one of light bloodlust. Other businessmen had appeared trying to offer him protection. They didn't come back after a small dose of his murderous intent. Much to his surprise, everyone outside the shop felt his hostility. He could smell the fear on them, and Naruto grasped the shoulder of the first person who talked, the ringleader. What's your name? It's Dash. It doesn't matter what your name is, Naruto cut in. Now I'm trying to run a shop here and clearly you guys aren't ramen lovers. Had you been, I'd have seen you before. I know why exactly you're here. Unfortunately, my store is low on supply. Do you understand what I'm saying? His grip tightened, the boy buckled under the pressure, and the blonde was taken aback. This was all it took? Why, yeah, the bleached one said. We get it, boss. I'm not your boss. The ones who called him that weren't people, and he would never ever be the boss of some delinquent high school wannabes. Now leave before I kick you. Soon enough the line was cleared and he turned to go back to his shop. Only Akeno was outside and giving him that look again. Her cheeks were red, eyes lidded, and a smile all too seductive to ignore. The way she walked forward, her arms hugged around her upper frame, and Naruto noticed how her big things were squished together added to the sway of her naturally wide hips, making him uncomfortable. Well, down there at least. One day, my fellow apprentice, a white-haired man with a lecherous smile and a more lecherous mind counseled him. One day you will see the light. Why the hell can't you teach me something important? Ass and titties are important to you, fool. Oh my. He felt her poke his chest, bringing him back to reality. I didn't know you would hurt a person like that for little old me. I didn't hurt him. It was true. His definition of hurt was very different. Naruto was sure Akeno was saying this just to keep her sultry tone up. He wasn't complaining. I felt it. Akeno rubbed small circles on his chest, softly and methodically. The way you made them fear for their lives, how you tear them apart, break their limbs, and dash. Okay, you need to calm down. Naruto cut her off. Sadist had a one-directional mind. His clone spying on Rias' group last night had given him enough evidence. Akeno was a super sadist. Why are you outside anyway? Oh, the customers were done with their share. They finished that quickly? He asked, taking the nod she gave with a pinch of salt. See for yourself. She walked, intentionally adding an extra sway. It was hard not to look away. True to her words, the place was empty as he saw the last of the boys leave with gutted expressions. As if they had lost all purpose in life. You weren't kidding. He put up the closed sign outside the door and closed it. So, Akeno started, taking a seat for herself. What do we do now? It is lunchtime. Naruto looked at the clock. We might as well have it now. I'll get to work then. No, Naruto said. She was surprised at his sudden denial. I sort of made lunch, since you'd be helping her. I thought dash. How it soothes my heart to see you warming up to me, Naruto-kun. Akeno sighed contently, cupping her cheek. Sadly, she was right. Don't push your luck. Naruto then proceeded to head out of the store. Wait here. What did you cook? It's not ramen. That's fine with me, but... Akeno got up. We are not having lunch here. Excuse you? You heard me. Woman. Naruto sighed a bit. If you're not going to have lunch in a small restaurant, what other place do you have in mind? Well... XXXXXADMXXXXX. Akeno sighed contently as she finished her lunch. Naruto was more talented than she initially gave him credit for, however he wasn't in the same class as her, not many were. They were both in his apartment, after she demanded that they eat upstairs. He didn't budge at first. However, Akeno made it clear that she would not eat at the shop. When asked why, the Himejima answered she had her reasons. That said, she was making the most of her glass of squeezed orange. The citrusy taste made her tongue shiver. Where did you buy this from? She asked, and unsurprisingly, got no answer. Naruto had his earphones on as he was caught up with writing something into his scrapbook. Akeno pondered what made him focus so intensely and stealthily strolled around to see what it was. He wasn't writing anything. The dark deco sketch made it horrifically clear. A landscape filled with gray, darker blotches scattered around as the broken remnant of a waterfall ceased to exist. There was a sun, or maybe it was the moon, in the sky that appeared to be seeping into the earth, bleeding into it. Amidst this horrible portrait, she could vaguely make out two people in it. One lying in a dark puddle as the other was slouched over, his clenched hands buried in the ground, and 9 disfigured great shadows loomed over them. Do you need something? Naruto's voice forced her to look away. A sense of cruelty was present in it. The two faces of the people were scratched out, yet the anguish they had was vivid. Darkness was descending, light was dying, despair was blooming. That's quite the detailed sketch you have, Akeno commented. She noticed how his blue eyes lingered on the two figures, distastefully looking down on the one hunched over. I never knew you were this good. I'm not, Naruto replied, putting the book down. It's a habit I picked up from one of my friends. Friends? This was news to Akeno. Naruto had friends? Plural? You dash. Don't ask. She was cut off. Naruto didn't seem that comfortable about it. I did have friends. They all moved on, I'm the only one here. Oh? Akeno thought they left Ko Town. It wasn't uncommon. Lots of people left this seemingly perfect place each year. Well, don't worry, she assured him with a smile. I'll fill that spot for them. Akeno was still standing beside his chair when Naruto looked up at her, and the way he looked at her in that moment, as if he was weighing her words, seeking the honesty in them. The Himejima still wasn't used to how his blue-eyed gaze made her feel so bothered. She was becoming lost. Something inside her stirred and she drew closer to his face. Her breathing became heavier, heart raced, and nerves jolted. Before Akeno could close the small gap, he suddenly looked away and leaned on the desk, drumming his fingers awkwardly, and she took a moment to recompose herself. What was that? She thought, putting a hand on her chest to calm herself down. Her cheeks were still flaring hot. Akeno realized how close she was to actually kissing him. Over the last week, she confirmed something to herself. She, Akeno Himejima, had a major crush on Naruto Uzumaki. There was a time when she considered such a thing silly and childish. But the more she thought about it, she realized how true it was. It was strange, too. She crushed on a person who was about as loquacious as a wall. He was also introverted, mysterious, and of course, hid pain in his eyes. Akeno was no stranger to pain, knew it all too well. That small bit he drew was enough proof, and she wanted to help him. Alas, Naruto was stubborn, almost as much as her. That's enough about me, Naruto spoke, running a hand through his hair. You hardly told me anything. You learned that I had friends. Did you know that beforehand? Touché, Akeno admitted. She knew other things about him, things that she didn't want to know, but couldn't resist. Can I ask you a question? I thought we were past that point. Naruto-kun. Akeno took up a seat close to him. How did you end up owning this place? For a moment the blonde seemed lost. Only a moment, then Naruto sighed. I was an orphan. I know, you told me that before. I've been at Clearia Memorial for as long as I could remember, Naruto continued, pausing for a bit. Akeno could tell it was hard for him, what happened later on in life. It's okay if you don't want to share. I was barging in. He chuckled a bit. As if you didn't barge into my personal space before. She smiled. At least he wasn't using that blank tone of his. Anyways, I was at the orphanage till I was 7. Then one day, old Sister Arya comes in with this bright, stupid smile of hers. Akeno nodded at his words, noting how he talked about the nun at the orphanage. Almost as if he was fond of her. You've been adopted, Ruto, she told me. Naruto looked nostalgic. My parents then brought me here. Ichiraku's wasn't around back then, and there used to be small bookshop downstairs. Uzumaki's it was called. Where are they now? She asked, knowing full well what the answer was. It explained his behavior perfectly. His eyes narrowed in guilt and shame and sadness. They died. Car crash. I'm sorry. A thick air of silence settled down. It was unsettling and awkward. Akeno felt a twinge in her heart when Naruto's frown deepened. He looked like an older man in that moment. As if he was a man who had lost his entire world. And losing loved ones, they hurt so much more than people realized. It's okay. He finally spoke after some time passed. It's not your fault. You didn't even know me back then. But I know one thing for certain. I'm responsible for their deaths. Naruto-kun. I really wanted to go see a stupid movie that day. He shook his head. I should have known back then that all those happy days, those flawless moments would be gone. It was my fault, all of it. Sometimes I really do wish I wasn't born at all. Akeno placed her hand over his. She nearly gasped when she saw how hollow his eyes were, twin dark pools of blue staring back at her. It was duller than it had been before. Sorry about that. Naruto looked away. It's been a long time and even now it gets to me. It's okay. I shouldn't have pressured you into talking about it. Akeno reached for his hand again. Naruto didn't resist. She softly caressed his hand. It was more relaxed now. I'm really sorry. Then, to her surprise and inner joy, she felt him clasping her hand. She didn't know what to do. Like I said before, Naruto gazing at her. It's not your fault. Also, I should be saying thank you. For what? Akeno had the decency to blush. She never stuttered. This was just embarrassing. The queen would have to make Naruto suffer later. You know already, the blonde said, and both stayed like that. This was a new side to him. Then he slowly let go of her hand, and Akeno frowned a bit. His hands were exceptionally warm. That's enough woe is me for the day. So, what's your story? Mine? Akeno, again, was shocked at his forwardness. Well, she couldn't exactly call it that, considering it took 2 years to get to this stage. How did you meet Rias? Naruto asked. The blonde had been talking more with the ORC members. Issei was, surprisingly, the most eager of them. Probably had something to do with Naruto's published works. The blonde, of course, liked dressing him down. He found the sacred gear wielder amusing. Ria's sudden approach to talking with him was the most surprising. All over a simple Mortal Kombat match. How I met Rias, huh? Akino's mind wandered back to that night. How could she ever forget? Are you alright? Naruto asked. She was a bit glad at his small concern. Naruto-kun, she began. There are a few things about me I hate. If I could go back and change them, I would. However, I will tell you this. Akino paused to take a sigh, remembering it all. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Rias. XXXXXADMXXXXX. Japan was beautiful. Everything about it was fantastic, just as Suji had told her. She'd even seen those pretty cherry blossoms. To top it all off, her father's bishop, Agrippa, bought her a puppy. Right now it was nighttime, and she was wandering the streets of Morio. The town, while not too big, had its fair share of memorable places. To the young 10-year-old girl, this was more amazing than watching her brother fool around with that dog costume on. Her sister-in-law didn't like it that much, but Rias was sure that deep down Grayfia liked it. She had to, she was his wife. As Rias kept enjoying her chocolate mint ice cream, her puppy Serby started getting crazy all of a sudden. She grew a bit scared as it jumped out of her hold and started barking. Serby, come back here! The crimson-haired girl chased after her little cute puppy. She heard Agrippa following her, telling her to slow down. Rias didn't want to lose that puppy. It was her only one. Soon enough she found herself running to a very dark place. The walls were closing in, the lights here were dimmer, and there was a bad smell in the air. Rias felt herself retch a bit, despite that she continued running after Serby. The stench increased with every step, the alley grew darker and Rias began to feel a bit scared. Had it not been for Agrippa following closely behind her, she would have been frozen in fear. Serby was barking louder than ever. She turned the corner, and she felt a bile building up in her throat. Serby was standing near a young girl, around her age. The girl had black hair and was lying on the ground, there was blood everywhere, and she heard several more footsteps. There were a bunch of people walking around, all of them wearing that cloth they called kimono or something. One of them was shouting something at Serby. There was a knife in that person's hand, it was coated with a red liquid, and Rias, without thinking, ran forward. Stop! Rias yelled loudly. She stood in front of all those white-clothed people with their swords and knives. They all had black hair like the injured girl. The girl was bleeding badly and breathing heavily, making strange groggy noises while coughing. Little girl, move! Only one needs to die tonight, one of them said, stepping closer. However, Agrippa now stood with her and Rias felt braver. Serby was there too, growling at them. Threatening Lord Lucifer's sister, are we priests? Agrippa said, showing his wings to them. Lady Rias, if you could please check on the young lady? I suppose that's what you came to do. She didn't need to be told twice as she rushed towards the young girl. Rias had never seen a body like that. Small holes dug deep into her body, blood lazily gushed out, and the girl's eyes were getting dimmer. The young Gremory heard shouting behind her, something about tainted blood and rotten seeds, all the more making her angry. This small girl was dying and they were arguing. Something inside Rias snapped. Her fists clenched tightly, her young wings unfurled and black wisps of small energy cracked in her hands. All became quiet when the noise emanating from her hands grew louder. Tears welled in her eyes from rage, anger at what they had done to the girl. A bark from Serbi made the demonic power in her hands flicker before disappearing. The girl was looking at her. "What's your name?" The girl coughed, blood leaked out of her mouth, and her hand twitched. Rias held it with her own. It was cold, too cold. "Don't worry, you'll be all right," Rias assured her, tightly grasping her hold. "I promise." They were crying, both of them. The shouting was ceasing and Agrippa finally came back. "Lady Rias, we're going to be taking her with us," he told her. "Can we help her?" "Yes." "See?" Rias spoke with vigor, tears still forming. "We're going to help you." "Her name is Akeno," Agrippa said, forming the Gremory sigil underneath them. "Right." Rias looked at the young girl with a fire in her eyes. "Don't worry, Akeno. Everything will be all right." The crimson-haired teen awoke, with a jolt, naked as the day she was born, and rubbed her eyes. She'd slept in apparently, if the clock wasn't lying. Rias yawned cutely, moaning at having to get out of bed. Last night was eventful. After taking care of the stray devil, the young Gremory heiress decided to get some extra training done, montage style. Sadly, the idea of listening to music and training distracted her more. Before this, it used to work seamlessly. Ever since she got wrecked by one blonde deviant aka Naruto Uzumaki, she had taken his words into consideration. Taking down the stray devil also served as revelation. Her peerage, strong as it was, still lacked one very essential necessity: experience. Hunting down rogues and two-winged fallen angels were of the norm, something the redhead was sure she could pull off without too much of a problem. Facing someone stronger, someone who was psychologically manipulative and physically superior, that would be a real hurdle. Sadly, the person Rias wanted to stay away from, at all costs, had what she didn't. The blonde scum of the underworld had that in heaps. With that in mind, Rias overworked herself last night, despite Akeno telling her not to do so. Her gift, the power of destruction, was versatile in nature, and she didn't want to be known just as the younger sister of Lord Lucifer. No, her goal was far beyond that. "I haven't had that dream in a while," Rias thought as she entered the shower. The warm water eased her fatigue, caressing her skin and serving as a balm to relieve her. Weird. Today's supposed to be her date with Naruto. The redhead snickered, thinking of how Akeno was probably doing something to tease the blonde. While he didn't get riled up like normal hormonal-driven teens of his age, Naruto Uzumaki was human, more so than she thought. He cracked jokes, very cynical ones, liked to dish out sarcasm when he felt like it, and had this natural gift of annoying her without trying. Rias had tried several times to get the upper hand in a conversation. Sadly, only Akeno could pull it off. She would one day. The Gremory would pay him back for the humiliating loss he dished out. After getting out, and dressing up in her home clothes, which mostly consisted of shorts and a tank top that really did not hide her bountiful chest, Rias sipped on a cup of coffee and sighed. The fatigue was all but gone, and she felt better, stronger even. She smiled childishly, enjoying the perfect brew. The sun was shining brightly, the skies were majestically blue, and the leaves flying about lazily indicated a fine breeze. It was perfect this day. Much to her chagrin, her phone rang up and Rias grumbled a bit, pouting. One would have gushed at how cute the great lady of Ko looked in that moment. It was Akeno, and she picked it up. "Hello?" Rias grumbled. Slightly put off, her little moment was ruined. "Rias, why haven't you picked up?" "I was sleeping, trained too much last night," Rias said before taking another sip. The beverage was far too good to ignore. "I told you not to overdo it." "I should have been there." "No," Rias countered. "You're supposed to be at Naruto's place. I for one am not letting the opportunity of knowing that blonde might get annoyed pass by." "You two are like children sometimes." "Hey, he starts it every single time." It was true. Naruto would always say something that triggered her, and when she would argue, he would calmly tear down her case. Then he'd smirk for a moment, just to add salt to the wound. "You are there, right?" "Yes, I'm still at his place," she heard Akeno reply. There was strange tone in her voice. Maybe her queen was hiding something. "Rias, we have a problem." "Did Naruto do something stupid?" Rias asked, worried about her friend. "No, it's not him." "Then what's the problem? Was this a prank call?" "It's a Catholic problem." Start again. Naruto held a knife. "And if you say a pay one more time, no one alive will be able to fix what I do to you." "You see, senpai," the boy gulped. "This was the only place I could think of bringing her to." Akeno giggled. This was more entertaining despite the storm that was coming. She observed the nun awkwardly shifting in her seat next to Issei, having finished her own bowl of ramen. This girl had all the things a guy wanted in their significant other: blonde, chaste, and pretty. "And you come to my ramen shop?" The blonde sighed as the nun waved at him, offering a smile too. It was cute and warm. Even the misanthropist was affected. His face was a bit more relaxed. "Why did you bring her here? Didn't Akeno or Tomato King tell you not to bother me?" "Oh, that is precious," Akeno snickered at the nickname. Her king would not be amused. "But senpai, she's new around here and starving." "Wouldn't you help out a person like that?" "Only if I get paid." "My oh my," the queen said, taking her hat off. "What a cruel heart you have." "I gave you free lunch." "You didn't pay for my services." "I gave you free lunch." "I've done the same for the past few weeks." "Didn't you volunteer for this?" "True, but this way you'll never expand." "You two are a wonderful couple," the nun spoke, with a joyous smile on her face. The rich Italian accent was prominent in her voice. Perhaps she was from the northern side. "What did she say?" Naruto asked. Issei looked a bit depressed at what the nun said. Only 2 of the 4 people understood what Asia Argento said. Akeno was slightly glad that her blonde friend didn't realize what her words entailed. She liked the sound of it. "Senpai," Issei began, tears in his eyes. He looked hopeless. "You're such a lucky man." Naruto narrowed his own seriously at Issei. The blue eye reeds sharpened and Akeno felt a bit on edge, excited too. Then it passed. The store owner sighed. "If I was lucky, I'd away from everyone here." "Especially her." Akeno smiled back as he looked at her. "You can't be serious!" Issei bellowed, hands slamming the countertop. "You have Akeno-senpai working for you!" "In an apron. That's like my dream coming true." "Don't tell me you've never thought of her wearing that." You better start praying to whatever pitchfork-wielding deity you devils have. Naruto dodged the topic as she saw it. If I find one crack on the furniture, into the oven you'll go head first, AMA. Akeno grew delighted at his words. He truly had no idea what he was doing to her by speaking so vulgarly about acts of violence. Oh, how she wished for her whip to appear right now. Ama? Asia asked, confused, not realizing what she just said. Seraphal Leviathan often praised the communication system the evil pieces had. Devils could speak in their common tongue, ancient Enochian, and yet humans of other nationalities would hear it in their mother tongue without getting confused. Asia could understand what they were saying only when Issei or Akeno spoke to her. When talking to Naruto, she would hear them speaking Japanese. Naturally, hearing the blonde say that word confused her. What is AMA? Asia asked. She then, innocently, pointed at Issei and began. Is that a nickname for Issei? Ama? Naruto coughed, leaning over the countertop and put his hand on Issei's shoulder. He then pointed at the pawn of Rias Gremory. Ama. Ama. Asia repeated. Naruto nodded his head. Issei could only whimper. Why? Because you are one, bitch. Issei was not given the moment to mourn. The door opened and Naruto groaned without looking who entered. We're closed. Read the sign outside. I own everything here, the newly arrived person said. So I can, and will, enter any time. Akeno did enjoy the small banters between Naruto and Rias. It was almost as if he enjoyed dashing her hopes at verbally besting him. Rias probably carried on since this was the only human who treated her like a normal person, not special heiress, a pair high breasts, and wide hips on legs or idle treatment. And saw her for what she was, Adatsi redhead. His choice of words had caused Akeno's sides to hurt. Speak of the devil and he'll send his deadliest demon, the blonde said. Rias frowned, calming down, and put the lessons taught to her by Grayfia to good use. Every Gremory would be proud of her. Huffing lightly, Rias crossed her arms, taking the seat beside Issei, who grew excited and introduced herself to Asia. The pawns started blabbering, words fired out like bullets from a machine gun. Some of it made sense, some of it was cute, and some of it included clear references to breasts, particularly about the three women in the room. Naruto was about to put on his headphones, not particularly interested, but Akeno stopped him. Poking him was fun. What? Akeno merely pointed at Issei, who bowed his head before Naruto. The girl did the same. Thank you for helping us, senpai. I didn't do anything. Stop bowing, please. Naruto waved his hand to the blonde. The nun looked at him with a warm smile on her face. It was almost divine to look at. Thank you for the meal, Mr. Uzumaki. Asia Argento started. Her voice was soothing, reminded Akeno of better times. When the world was smaller, and all that mattered was a small traditional house where 3 people lived. I'm new here, and you had no reason to help me. Yet you did, offering me food without asking for anything. I truly am grateful. May God bless you with mercy and joy, all of you. Akeno and her peers felt the shearing headache. The sudden rise of it was unexpected and unbearable. She just had to praise him. Akeno, being the most eager, interpreted her words and saw Naruto's eyes widen a bit, slightly. You get a free meal, he doesn't. Senpai, that's unfair. I had to listen to you talk about football-sized breasts, and how you'd revolutionize voyeurism at least twice. Naruto finished with a straight face. You're a good kid, Issei. The sacred gear wielder beamed. But every time you open your mouth, it takes a monumental effort to not stab you in the face. I believe that's enough harassing my pawn. Issei's tears disappeared at Rias' voice. Issei, go on. Make sure to meet all of us at the club room later. There's something we need to discuss. Am I in trouble? Rias masked her intentions well. Akeno sympathized with Issei, understood how the boy would feel once he learned of how he could never meet this girl again. Maybe they could have been something. No, the redhead replied. Nothing too major yet, but I need you to be there. After a few more pleasant words, they all gave their farewell sans Naruto, who simply waved. As soon as the door closed, her king spoke. I can't believe this. Naruto smiled all of a sudden. Wide blue eyes illuminated for a moment. He looked at Rias, his lips now straighter. Believe it. Will you mock me all the time? Not all the time. He paused before opening up a small magazine. Soul Striker 425. Now, calm down. Akeno tried to douse the flames flaring up Rias' cheeks. Her king was angry and embarrassed, not the best time to catch her this way either. She could blow up this entire place should she want it. Perhaps teasing Rias with her gamer name wasn't the best option at the moment. Stop taking his side, you're my queen, Rias said. Mine. Her king was an amazing person, one of the kindest she knew, more sister and less friend. She could also be dull sometimes. Somewhere Issei's head just exploded, the blonde sagely added. Rias. Akeno joined in this time. I didn't know you thought of me that way. This does explain why you were never interested in a boy. Imagine the controversy. Gremory heiress found naked in bed with a woman while their legs were dashed. You're not helping! Rias all but shouted. This is a serious situation and you two are throwing around jokes. Honestly. Being calm helps. Naruto spoke. Makes you think 100 times before doing something. Okay, you're not involved in this. Didn't you say you wanted no part in the conflict? I still don't. Yet we're in my shop, so I do feel a bit involved. Akeno, Rias breathed in. I need you to do something for me. Go get Yuto and Kaneko, we're having a meeting and they need to know. You could just text them, Akeno pointed out. She really didn't want to leave this early. So far the day had been going pleasant, much better than she expected it to. It's about the game. Rias chose her word after glancing at Naruto, who clearly wasn't interested. And our practice grounds regarding it. So, we'll be training at the guest house, not that the queen was surprised. It was the perfect place, but needed to be cleaned up and elbow grease would no doubt come from all of them. Rias was not on talking terms with her parents, or even her brother. Okay, Akeno agreed after weighing her options. Where are they? Kaneko is taking a nap. That was bad news. The cute rook did not appreciate her resting time being interrupted. Yuto is, Rias sighed. He's at the host club. That was worse. It would take a bit effort. Those women really couldn't keep their hands off the knight. Very few women could. Akeno nodded before grabbing her purse. She had wanted to end the day on a higher note. She hummed a bit, still behind the stall, and looked at her king, winking at her. Rias' confusion was clear, and the small seed of bravery in Akeno swelled. Naruto was still reading a gaming magazine, which in itself was awkward. Standing in front of him, she coughed into her hands and blue eyes stared back at her. "I'll be leaving now. The door is that way." "I know. I just have a small thing to take care of," she said. Calm as she was, her heart betrayed her. Her fingers shook, fear lingered around, causing her doubt to increase. Yet, Akeno couldn't bring herself to back away. Not after all this time. "Be on with it," and Akeno moved the magazine away from his face and leaned in close. Her soft lips pressed against his whiskered cheek. After a moment, having steeled her nerves, she ended the kiss on his cheek. "Oh my!" Naruto was staring at her, completely speechless. Licking her lips, she rubbed a finger along his jawline. She had his undivided attention, and the flabbergasted look on his face was just that good. "See you later, Naruto-kun." Of course, Akeno walked intentionally in a rather alluring manner, knowing his eyes were bound to be glued to her frame. Was it wrong? No. In this case? Not now, not ever. She was personally tired of waiting, and today's earlier events were eating away at her. A woman could only take so much. Exiting the shop, Akeno finally felt her heart grow steady. She walked with a smile on her face, warmth in her eyes, and his taste on her lips. Unsurprisingly, she tasted miso. Just perfect. XXXXXADMXXXXX. Rias was surprised. She was not prepared for today, either was Naruto, who was staring at the door, still caressing his cheek. What the heck just happened? Seeing his reaction, Rias felt satisfied. Finally, someone had caught him off guard. She rubbed her hands menacingly, relishing the moment. The Gremory took great pleasure into how normal those dark blue eyes looked. Uzumaki was clearly surprised, and for a moment, Rias couldn't recognize him. The usual blank bored face was gone. Instead, he resembled a teen, just like any other, only something sparked about him. Regardless, someone needed to answer him. As the owner of this area, she could indulge his ignorance. "She kissed you on the cheek, Uzumaki-san," the young heiress spoke with a knowing tone. She'd seen and read enough anime and light novels to understand it all. "It's when you show affection to someone and dash." Rias stopped the moment he looked down. His features stiffened, and she swore that Naruto had shaken for a second. "Why did she do that?" She sighed. This was none of her business. Well, it was, but at the same time it wasn't. Akeno was her sister, by bond if not blood. So her kissing a boy, on the lips or not, was definitely her damned business. However, Rias had not business in telling who her queen could or couldn't see. Not unless there was a major threat to her life. That was the problem. Naruto Uzumaki was still virtually unknown. Whatever details she knew about his life, most were simple. A bit sad, yes, but nothing paranormal. He was a normal person who was simply handed the short stick. Yet he was gifted, wielded a power that was both strange and completely unknown. Rias wasn't sure whether he had any ties to either of the three factions, or the Shinto one. "I think it's fairly obvious why she did what she did," she continued. Why do you think she kept coming back? You never were that kind. I treated her like crap, Naruto admitted now, finally looking up, albeit his mind somewhere else. Were all men the same? The fact that she's still around me, even after everything I said. Now, she was interested. His voice was definitely different now. It wasn't the deepest, yet there was something curious about it. Peaceful, calm, serene, a bit of shock was present too. You said something about a game, the blonde said. Rias assumed he wanted to change the topic. Is he shy? Sadly, he wasn't. It's a thing in the underworld. Rias didn't want to let out any more than she needed to. She had to be wary until she knew everything about him. He nodded and went to the back. There was no reason to stay here any longer. Akeno would be back with her knight and rook. All that was left was the pawn and clear instructions on why he should never associate with the church. Well, I'll be going then. Wait, Naruto said. He went to the door and stepped outside. Just sit down for a while. So she waited, half anxious, half intrigued at why he stopped her. Was he going to reveal his strength? Or was it simply because he wanted to go to his apartment? The sound of the door opening after mere moments answered that. Naruto came back, just not empty-handed. He had a piece of paper in his hand on which was an engraved symbol, one she knew. This was bad. Where did you find this? Does it really matter that much? Yes, it does. Rias observed it from up close. The paper itself was very old, stale to the point where she could tell it aged for years, and the Enakian sigil marks had faded. Instead of the brilliant white sheet with an intricate symbol of mysticism, it resembled a dirty beige wall, painted with dust and dirt, and pathetic attempts at graffiti were sketched on the surface. Where did you find this? Naruto sighed, going over to the fridge. He took seat opposite to her as he poured 2 glasses of apple juice. Rias, while surprised, nodded and took a sip. Naruto had been changing, ridiculously slow as it was, and felt more human now, if only to a select few. She wasn't complaining. The less he was frigid, the better. I found this in a scrapbook, Naruto explained, drumming his fingers. I was cleaning up and found this in my old stuff, carefully folded no less. I didn't know I had this until yesterday. This doesn't make sense. Rias eyed the parchment. She then looked at Naruto closely. There was no aura around him, nothing special at all. Just an average human. As if. How are you doing that? Doing what? We both know you have a strange power, making yourself go poof and air conditioning the weather to chilly levels. Naruto's eye twitched a bit. And you can hide your presence too well. So well, in fact, that I can't sense a single damn thing about you. What exactly are you looking for? This thing you're trying to sense. Magic. Duh. Naruto scoffed a bit. I don't know any magic. You disappeared in smoke, something magicians are known for along with their other parlor tricks. Next thing you know, you're going to make a building disappear. We're getting off topic here. Naruto tapped the leaflet. He probably felt slighted about his skills being labeled as tricks. She was getting better at this. Is this one of yours? No, Rias answered truthfully. But I have seen this insignia before. It belongs to one of the 34 pillars. Which one? I think this is the most excited I've ever seen you. Rias smiled sweetly. Jibes are best delivered with honest smiles, or so Akeno had told her. It was working. You've only known me for a bit over 3 weeks. Naruto spoke. Blue eyes narrowed at Cyan. There's very little to nothing you know about me. I do know a few things. The words did not reach her mouth. I will. Naruto shook his head. Now you're just talking like Akeno. I'd prefer the real Rias Gremory over the act you're trying to pull off. I'm not acting, Uzumaki-san, the heiress admitted. This is me, the real me. So, he paused. This classy, pretty lady before me is the real Rias? Then the girl who told me you're going to get wrecked was fake? She flushed from embarrassment and the compliment. Things were not supposed to go this way. On top of that, he called her pretty without staring anywhere. Stupid blonde men. Yeah, well, Rias tried to counter. A low blow was all she could think of. At least I don't write porn for a living. No, you only suck the life out of others. Mine particularly. He rubbed his eyes. Anyway, can you tell me anything about this? It's definitely a contract-searching leaflet. Rias' mind went back the reports she got. Ko Town, it would have been perfect, but this place was different. The very ground of this town had been soiled before. Tainted with a woman's blood whose story was better left forgotten and always hushed when it was brought up. It's not mine. It does look similar, he skeptically added. She couldn't blame him. Naruto Uzumaki had probably never seen a sigil outside her family's own. I can show you mine if you want. Naruto nodded. Now she was confused. Aren't you worried? Me using powers in your stall? I don't have a problem as long as my shop is intact, he said. If anything breaks, you're paying for it. She raised her hand, demonic power flowed and small circles of various sizes formed from her palm. Holoscope stood still in the air, the mark of the Gremory clear for him to see, and Naruto was keenly observing it, his eyes occasionally going back to the leaflet. Are you satisfied? Rias stopped using it as she calmly finished her glass of juice. It was good. Where did you buy this from? I made it, Naruto replied, finishing his own glass and taking off his apron. His sleeves were rolled up. Rias took note of his arms. They were well versed in combat. His frame was much clearer now, too. In the blue V-neck shirt, his muscular form stood out. While it wasn't overly buffed, he still had more mass and power than her knight physically possessed. Look, I don't mean to be a jerk, Dash. Rias gawked at him. You don't mean to be one? Does this mean you're not all doom and gloom all the time? Nobody wants to stay like that. Everybody is the way they are because of a reason. One day you'll learn a very important lesson about people. And that would be? Rias was curious. The way he spoke, did things, had a look in his eyes she couldn't explain, pointed to a lot of things. She had dug up as much as she could about Naruto Uzumaki, and she felt she wasn't even close to the surface. People change. Naruto now stood beside her seat. For their dreams, for money, and a lot of other reasons they try to justify. Not a single person, human, devil or otherwise, can avoid it. Rias was lost for words. She didn't expect him to get serious all of a sudden. Then again, she couldn't tell what went through that mind of his. Naruto Uzumaki was unpredictable. That's deep. He walked to the door and stood there. Will you be leaving now? Yes, she said and saw him opening the door. If you will, I have to clean this place up. What about this? Rias asked, holding the paper. I could probably find out more things if I took it with me. I'll give it to you later. Naruto left no room for argument. She got up to the door and waited there. Rias felt like getting the last word in. One last thing, the Gremory said. Do remember that this area is mine, Uzumaki-san. If I find out that you're treating Akeno like crap again, I'll make you regret it. Believe that. Some kind landlady you are. Do well to remember it. Of course. Naruto mockingly bowed. She didn't like it. Be on your way then, devil's favorite tomato. With those words, Rias, again, felt embarrassed, but scared too. Memories of her brother came flashing back. He too once called her that. Lucifer's favorite tomato, her brother called her before taking at least 100 pictures of her, in a tomato outfit. She remembered it all. The crooked smile, the gleaming eyes, the red tights. The endless snaps of the camera, each sound was a reminder of her shame. However, it paled to what he said. Dark words that scarred her, even to this day she could hear them. Smile, Rias. Smile. Big brother is watching. Oh. Naruto's breath hit the side of her face as he leaned in, snapping his fingers. It was hot and too close for comfort. She squirmed away a bit. This was probably the closest the boy had gotten to her without losing it. Nothing. Her voice was louder than she wanted it to be. Damn it. Goodbye and thank you for the drink, Uzumaki-san. Drop it. Come again? The san, he clarified. It gets a bit too formal for me. I just call you Tomato, or Gremory or Rias. Tell the same to your friends as well. I see. Rias smiled, glad they were talking about something else. Still. Does the same go for Akeno? She does call you Kun? Do you want her to stop calling you that? Leave before I kick you. Rias laughed as she stepped out of the store. So far the day was going well, the jest helped a bit. Her mind was still on a lot of things, a nun, a pig, a contract. If she was lucky enough, Issei would forget about the girl too. She felt bad, but it was necessary to avoid conflict. Heavy is the crown, Grayfia once told her. Angels and devils were never meant to be together. XXXXXADMXXXXX. I will kill him after this. I can only take so much, Raynare muttered. Her words were cold and dripping with poison. Warner sighed and placed a hand on her shoulder, consoling her. You know how he is. Doesn't mean that I care. The fallen looked around at the dozen guards which had arrived. All of them had arrived in the dead of the night, when she'd been to the airport. Humans, each time she had to work with one she kept her expectations low, doing her best not to spite them as they were useful. This was different. The particular headache, a former exorcist, one of the very best the Catholic Church had ever gotten, was pushing her limits. Raynare had spent hours at the airport, hours, waiting for that man to arrive. She had even run into him, the ghost, and narrowly avoided conflict all so she could send the nun back with the exorcist. Now, Fried Selzen was here. Foul-mouthed, insane, and undoubtedly one of the sickest forms given flesh and blood, the priest did not leave a good impression. Not to mention, the nun had to pick daytime for her arrival. Now it was late noon with her nowhere in sight. The first thing he'd done was ask Raynare if she wanted some of his holy water. Raynare nearly skewered him then. The man was now raving about the devils he killed, the women he defiled, and the heathens he cleansed. She'd seen of his ilk before. You should have seen it, brothers, Fried preached, like a bishop to idiotic masses. The kitten cried so sweetly. Please spare me. I'll do anything. And believe me, she did a lot of things. His cackles resembled shrieks. Raynare looked around him. Flocked by men garbed in blue, Selzen was enjoying himself too much with his brothers. Most of the banished exorcists here were ruthless and bloodthirsty, gaining notoriety and fostering hatred for all things not human. The fallen were not their friends, simple partners were far as they could go. No one here was more twisted than the mad priest, though. She'd heard a rumor regarding him. Fried Selzen had developed a taste for flesh. Of the ones he killed. You speak too loudly, Donasik spoke. The man had been resting his wrath. Ever since Raynare had put her foot down, her friend wanted to hunt the blonde. Best rest your mouth, exorcist. Or I'll do it for you. Oh ho! Fried grinned like a child given candy. His teeth seemed sharper. White-haired, red-eyed, the young man seemed poised to strike as he brandished his gun. You should watch that runny mouth of yours, shit-winged angel. If not, you could always take my gun in your mouth. Enough, Raynare said, stopping Donasik. The man was ready to strike, but infighting would only hamper her plans. She couldn't afford this. Not now, not when she was this close. Fried, you've been talking a bit too loudly. Maybe you should tone it down before I make you. Is that an invitation for me? Fried laughed a bit, slicking back his hair. I don't think your little clit is ready for me. Raynare was about to discipline him. She couldn't, however. The door of the forgotten church opened and footfalls echoed as everyone, save Fried, remained silent. Wearing the traditional clothes any sworn sister adorns, Asia Argento, the holy priestess, nervously walked in. The veil over her head made her look more like a child, which she was in Raynare's eyes. However, that wasn't the only thing the former angel noticed. The petite girl headed towards her, bowing her head. Hello? Are you Lady Raynare? There was hope in those green eyes. Innocence was rich in her timid voice. Faith was a full-blown, unfading fire in this young one's heart. Yes, it reminded Raynare of someone all too familiar. Perhaps the world was joking with her. Perhaps God was. He did make the grandest one of them all and called them his greatest creation. Yes, the fallen said after some time. The blonde seemed nervous, sparing glances at the men and Fried, who licked his lips. It wasn't out of just lust, Raynare knew that much. You're late. I'm sorry. The blonde bowed again. Raynare was getting tired of her behavior. I was lost, but then I met this boy who helped me. He also helped me get lunch and took me around the park before dash. Enough about your boyfriend. Raynare noticed the girl's furious blush. She could never understand their urges. Even a nun could not be spared from the love humans had. You know why you're here, right? Yes, the nun confirmed. Archdeacon McDonald said you needed help in a ritual. Something regarding cleaning your wings. I'm sorry if I heard wrong. The Fallen couldn't even be angry with her. Her face, her words, her behavior, it all reminded her of the past. Just seeing Asia Argento exist in front of her hurt. Above all that, this human had been blessed by her father, gifted with a power she craved. Twilight healing, her last hope. She'd heard and seen its power before, but this timid nun's one was different, far ahead of the rest. There was a reason why she was called the Holy Priestess. You didn't, Raynare said. She eyed the rings on Asia's fingers. The ceremony will be done. Unfortunately, we have to wait until tomorrow. If you'd arrived last night, then it would have been over much sooner. Sundays were blessed days, accursed ones in her mind. God had specific days when he would listen to all his believers, shower them with pardons, and make them flock to his path, particularly the weekend. Muslims had Fridays, Jews with their Saturdays, and Christians on Sundays. The last one was the one she hated the most. The blessing extended well into the night, and sacred gears were not exempt from this, her plans delayed by a day further. My apologies, Asia bowed again. The honesty in her voice was sickening. But there was a child I met yesterday. She was barely 3, and suffering from cancer. I just couldn't leave her like that. You missed your flight for a girl you barely knew. Raynare was stupefied, wrath swirled. Do you know how much you screwed up my plans? I truly am sorry, Lady Raynare, but there was no way I could leave her like that. God gave me this gift for a reason, and if I can't save one person, then I might as well not have it. The Fallen was a bit surprised. The girl had more spine than she expected and firm in her beliefs. It didn't matter though, it would all end soon. Sacred gears were tricky little things. Only in the witching hour they were at their weakest, and that too was non-existent in the case of ones forged for combat. Twilight healing, thankfully, did not fall in that group. Just one more day. Careful, little one. Middled flew close, pinching Asia's cheek in a teasing manner. Raynare doesn't like it when humans talk back to her. At least she has manners and knows her place, Donassi commented. He glanced at Fried, who was raving like the man he was. Unlike some scum we know. Don't worry. Calawarner placed a hand on Raynare's shoulder. If what you said is true, it should all work out well. For everyone. Raynare did not say anything. It was Lord Coquebil's words she mouthed. His promise she relayed. The former cadre assured her of the fact and promised her the gift. The one she'd been craving for years. Go and rest, you'll need it. Now hold on there, Fried said loudly. He strafed with menace in his eyes. I need the girl. You don't. Raynare shot his words down. I have enough problems in my hands. If you touch the girl, I will end your existence. Fried smiled, giggled, and moaned. Oh babe, now you're just fucking turning me on. He then turned on his foot and headed towards the door. Where the heck are you going? Calawarner asked. They were all surprised by his sudden decision to leave. Well, it's clear none of you bimbos are going to help good old Fried with his problem. He smiled at them, baring all his shark teeth. It was disgusting to look at. So, being the wise man I am, I will go and clean up a few things. Ones that should have been taken care of a long time ago. Don't be stupid, priest, Middlet warned. This area is still owned by devils. I know that, you stupid bitch. Raynare had to be held back by Kala, Donasek, and Middlet glared. Her patience only went so far. Besides, the thing I'm taking care of is barely worth anything by the devils. Just a few old skeletons I'll be taking out of the closet and burying deep in the ground, where they belong. He left. Raynare looked at the band of priests all huddled together. She eyed the one who looked the least confident among them. You, she pointed. What's your name? Alejandro Ricardo Mardash. Right. Raynare didn't have time for this. Follow him, and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Father Fried is not a dash. The sharp crack of the ground near his feet silenced him. A spear, light and pink, dug through the earth. Follow him, now. He didn't need to be told twice. Raynare could only hope that Fried didn't fuck up all her plans. She had enough problems on her hands. Excuse me, Asia spoke up. Can any of you help me read this? Where did you get that? Raynare eyed the orange book in her hand. Despite her anger, she felt amused. Middlet was giggling while Donasek groaned. Kala merely sighed. Oh, Asia smiled. The friend I made gave me this. He said that this would change my life? Raynare fought back a smirk. Reading smut out loud to a nun, in a church no less? She had other plans. Mentally shearing the girl down was one of them. For now it would rest. I'll do it, dear. XXXXXADMXXXXX. So you found it. Sister Aria's words were calm as he remembered them. I never thought you'd find that old thing. It'd be better if you come over, Ruto. There are a lot of things I need to tell you. The phone call was one of the strangest ones he'd ever had. Soon after Rias left and cleaning was done, he tried pouring his chakra into the paper. Nothing happened. Tried to burn it, yet it did not. The parchment refused to burn and become cinder. A bizarre conspiracy germinated his thoughts. Maybe someone at the orphanage would know. An insane notion, yes, but history lessons, the ones Irika had bantered on about, had taught him a few things. Enemies would align, sometimes, for a greater purpose. The Fourth Great War, his greatest nightmare, was proof of that. Hidden villages banding together against Madara to stop him, even though they barely trusted each other, something didn't understand back then. So he called. Sister Arya was the one who picked up. After getting pleasantries out of the way, Naruto wasted no time. Arya was quiet before he replied, completely cool at the finding of the paper. Ever since the call ended, he'd been anxious, on guard and angry. The pleasant, kind old woman he knew, the one who showered him with affection and kindness back the orphanage, was in cahoots with the devil. It frustrated him to no end. Had the devils known about him this whole time? Was Arya a spy? Were some other people using Akeno, Rias, Issei, her peerage to get to him? Questions clogged his mind, giving him a slight headache and craving for nicotine. He smoked without a care, letting his lungs become tainted with soot and ash. It was night now, and Naruto upped the seals surrounding his house, even left 6 shadow clones with enough chakra to maim anyone who came with dark thoughts. The car revved up, and soon Naruto found himself driving past the more urban district of Ko, the fancy part of town. Bright lights shone, colors dazzled, people chattered. He drove past them all, past the cheerful buildings, the bustling noises, and the perfect spots for couples. It was always darker here in downtown, no shortage of electricity, just darker. Unlike what he saw moments ago, all that laid before him was buildings of brick red and ashen gray. He saw a few women standing near a light post, curvy, skimpily dressed, all dolled up. Even beneath the heavy layers of makeup, he could see the bruises. Naruto was sure he knew one of them, probably grew up at the orphanage with him. Ignoring the calls they made, he drove until he reached a small one-story building. This was a bit different from the two flanking it on either side. Bounded by the gray, the small black and brown painted house looked no richer than the other ones. Yet it stood out, a cross hung on the door and a small garden grew in its small porch. It was ironic, such a lovely little work of earnest effort blooming in a desolate, forgotten, washed-up place such as this. In the midst of all the craggy and ugly gray, filthy and dirty in the eyes of most, flowers of red, yellow and black grew on a clean pasture of green. He would have admired them had his mind not been plagued with other thoughts. He knocked on the door, waiting for an answer. Maybe she didn't hear it. Old people do hear less despite the sharpness the witty old nun had. That or she was possibly taking a breather on how to talk to him about this. Nihilistic as he was, a part of Naruto refused to believe that Sister Arya wanted to harm him. That woman didn't have a mean bone in her. She was more like to befriend a devil. No, he thought. She's still a nun. They were polar opposites. The blonde knocked again, his patience growing thinner. Yet no answer came. Loudly, he banged his fist against the door. Sister Arya. It's me, Naruto. Silence was the only reply he received. He had half a mind to break the door down, but stopped. Perhaps the old coot was asleep. She wasn't well a few days ago. Naruto turned, ready to leave but halted. A small smidgen of crimson was on the ground right next to his foot, hardly noticeable. Getting down on one knee, he touched it, and the smell was something he knew too well. Glancing at both sides and seeing no one around, he turned the knob. The door was open and he rushed in. It reeked of blood and sweat and piss in here despite the clean way the place was kept. He rushed past the modest living room, filled with small ornaments and a picture of Jesus, up the stairs where he found more droplets of blood. He felt his stomach lurch at the sight. The same blonde he'd seen yesterday, Kara, was lying on the ground. Naked, scarred, ruined, and bleeding heavily. Her body twitched violently, coughing and gagging. The girl's pretty face was now black and blue, her golden hair a mess, and lips dark red. Red gashes went down from her neck, her breasts, her stomach, and her legs. A deep incision was made into her stomach, blood kept pouring out. The girl was alive, but barely. She would probably be dead. Summoning a clone to hold the girl, Naruto looked at the blue door behind him. It was broken down, the blood trail led into the room, and for the first time in a long time, Naruto felt a pang in his chest. Sister Arya was paler than ever, 100 years older than yesterday. She was left on the chair, her head shaved, and wrists slashed, both of them. The word heathen boldly knifed onto her forehead. Without thinking, he rushed forward, his arm pressing against her wrists. He tore off his shirt sleeves to tie them up. Sister Arya, he spoke desperately. Sister Arya, look at me. Finally her eyes opened. Rudo, she tried to smile. You came. She wheezed. I'm so sorry. For everything. Just calm down, Naruto said, also to himself. I can save you. No, Arya now smiled. I've lived enough. Sinned enough. Save her, save Kara. The girl would be dead. Kara's wounds were worse than Arya, yet the old nun was still strong. She always was. But Naruto felt his breath sharpening. His mind was nervous. He hadn't felt this way since. Ruto, Arya spoke. I'm so sorry. She shook, groaning in pain. Her body grew colder. Save her. Promise me, Ruto. I will. Promise me. Her frail fingers grabbed the hem of his shirt, now a crimson mess. They slackened slowly, and Sister Arya slumped. Naruto looked down at her. The nun looked peaceful despite the red that painted her clothes. Even now she had a cross in her hand. He could only stare at her as his eyes stung. He didn't care for anyone, he told himself for years. A lie, a filthy lie he kept telling himself. He breathed heavily, a choke escaped his throat and eyes grew misty. Naruto held her closely, the woman who raised him, loved him, and cared for him. Promise me, Ruto, she said from beyond. Promise me. Arya said the same thing yesterday, he said he would try. He'd kept his word. Finally, he screamed. Rias often pondered if she was cursed. Power, wealth, fame, all three she had. Yet misfortune hunted her, like bloodhounds hot on her tainted trail, eager to find her, rip her flesh apart with baneful fangs. Take their rightful morsels and leave the leftover for crows to feast on. Her pawn had been left with a nasty wound last night. Nothing too grave, but it required a fair bit of magic to mend the broken arm. Thankfully, she did not need to sleep with him and heal him with her devil's touch. Issei, in her opinion, had enough distractions on his mind, and making appearances in his bed, naked no less, would deter him more. That was the tip of the iceberg. A priest showing up, wounding her servant, murdering her client, that was a problem, and by Lucifer, she was livid. Had her peerage not arrived on time, the boy would have been dead considering the number of fallen that had flocked there. You're distracted, Sona said. Lunchtime was dull today, and she decided to spend it with her childhood friend and co-owner of Ko. The Citri heiress eyes observed her keenly. She'd always found the gaze of those purple eyes piercing. More than usual, might I add. Does your pawn bother you that much? Not as much as yours, Rias replied with a smile. It was game between them. Two young flowers blooming into ladies and learning to tongue lash whoever stood in their path. He is the reason why I'm distracted, yes, but not because of his behavior. He was shot last night by a priest. The Vatican removed all their exorcists from here 18 years ago, Sona reminded her. She drank some water before continuing. I'm assuming the fallen were there too. 20, the redhead said, and Sona's eyes widened behind the oval glasses. I know. Here I thought there were 5 to 6 at best. They're planning something. Those miserable dash. Did you tell your brother about it? Rias shook her head, causing Sona to sigh. I know you're angry at him, at everyone, but this is beyond you, Rias. If things get heated, dash. They already are. Rias cut her off this time. Fury danced in her turquoise eyes. Every fiber in her body commanded her to rush out there, unleash her powers, and reduce all of them to ashes. They killed one of my clients, and someone else in downtown while they were at it. I sent a letter to the Gregory's outpost. Rias pushed back into her chair. The chessboard before them showed Sona's overwhelming victory against her. The beige army stood mighty, tall, unwavering as a lone white king remained alone. Not the first time it happened, nor would it be the last. Rias knew that much. The Citri heiress was talented in strategy, always planning 6 steps ahead along with contingencies in mind. How she envied the brains Sona had. Despite the defeat, Rias had made Sona struggle a bit more than usual this time. You know what this means? The Citri heiress leaned forward, chin resting against her conjoined hands. Despite the seriousness, Rias couldn't help but notice how Sona had pulled off the Gendo Ikari look pat down. Don't do anything foolish. You've got enough on your plate as it is. I'm not doing anything until I have guarantees, Rias smiled. I'm not the same girl you know. Yes, Sona replied, eyeing the clock a bit. There wasn't much time left before the break ended. You've changed a bit. Which is why I have to ask, why the sudden transition? Rias thought about her answer, and it all went back to that day, when she went to bring back the night she resurrected Issei. The fear she felt that night, someone sneaked up on her, weapon in hand, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. It was a wake-up call for her, as she slowly realized over the last few weeks. Naruto Uzumaki, as that he was the wake-up call. He proved nothing was easy. His own life, from what little she found out, was riddled with misfortunes left and right, events that affected him even now from what Akeno relayed. I was counseled. By who? Sona's intrigue piqued. You're pretty stubborn, always have been. So just who was it that made you become just a tad bit more serious? A friend. Rias didn't hesitate. It took time, but the redhead felt she could truly say that now, especially after yesterday. Well, he is a good friend then. Sona's momentary smirk did not go unnoticed. The school council president stood up. I'll be leaving. The chat with you was lovely as usual. We both know there's another reason you're here, Rias told her. What did you want? I was coming over to tell you that I would be going to the familiar forest. Sona didn't sugarcoat her words. Rias frowned. Getting a familiar helped the devil in multitasking with the small problems, and her friend doing this would hamper her new member's progress. The guide, or the pokephile as Kaneko labeled him, was a man with ironclad rules, and very rarely did he bend them. However, the Citri paused. I've decided not to go this month. You can take it. Why? Rias asked, curious as to why she would give up such an opportunity. Sona was more calculative. To others it seemed cold at times, even cemented her position as a Kaderi among some circles, but the truth was simple. Sona Citri did not like wasting time on things that held no significant results to her own progress. That and her lacking in the chess department, which Seraphal Leviathan pointed out, caused her to embrace the serious path of the flatty. We're friends. Sona didn't waste time. She raised her hand. Don't bother with frivolities. I'm sure you would have done the same if our roles were reversed. Besides, you working a bit harder served as incentive. I do hope it will be enough. Bidding her goodbye, Rias waited and waited for her bat to return since last night. The Gregory didn't exactly have a customer care center where she could complain about asshole fallen angels preparing a gang war on her turf, so sending one to Tokyo, to Shemhazai, was the only option she had. The fallen was reasonable from what she heard and counselor to Azazel if memory served right. Sighing, she reluctantly left the room to go to classes as lunchtime would be ending soon. The white tiles of the old building were polished so well she could see her own reflection on them. "Bucho!" a voice echoed in the corridor, and the king saw the knight running towards her with great pace. The blonde had an anxious expression. "We've got trouble." "What happened?" Rias braced herself for the words, but Yuto's words only angered her more. "What do you mean he skipped classes?" XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. The strong smell of pungent liquids, a repeating, irritating beep and pain in her stomach beckoned her to wake. Her throat was dry and she rasped, begging for water. Slowly, she got up from her uncomfortable bed and looked around. All she saw was white. White floors, white walls, white sheets, it stretched everywhere. She felt lightheaded, dizzy as she struggled to keep herself straight and her eyes open. She needed to make heads and tails out of where she was. "Here!" she heard and looked to her left. The first thing she noticed was the glass of water moving towards her. She shakily grabbed it with both hands and drank, guzzling down the liquid as Adam's ale cooled her parched throat. She felt the soft touch of the pillow behind her and leaned back on the tilted bed. Kara Squall realized she was in the hospital. The bed, the colors and the smells should have been a dead giveaway. Sister Aria always did bring her for the annoying shots and memories rushed back in. "Mom!" she yelled and tried to jump out, but a firm hand held her back. Her shoulder cushioned against the raised mattress. She looked again, past the strong hand that held her, the arm, the shoulders until finally she saw his face. Solemn-faced, the blond man gave her a blank stare. She quivered at the gaze. "Calm down," he told her. She remembered him. Naruto Uzumaki. Ruto as Sister Aria called him. "I can't stay here, my mom's dash." Kara tried to continue, but tears fell, chokes echoed, and she wailed. "And mea culpa," she stuttered. It was all her fault. She should have never opened the door when accursed knocks came on their door. She should have run when the smiles grew wide, when the slick knives shined, when the yells of her mother arrived. And now. "Look at me!" The words were impassive and stern. It ordered her to cease her sorrow and gaze up. The blonde looked sleepless. Bloodshot blue eyes were surrounded by endless streaks of veneer red. Yet there was a dreadful dank air about him. Her mother was always fond of him. Even in her younger days, before she learned the meanings of right and wrong, Ruto was the apple of Aria's eyes at the orphanage, always talking about the sad boy who was too old to be a child. She thought nothing of him, grew jealous at times, but never spared an excess thought. Now, up close she saw what Aria had noticed, sorrow. He placed a hand on her head, callous and warm, soothing and relaxing, slowly chipping away at her terror. She gasped and cried at the loss of her mother. The look in Naruto's eyes was the deliverer of grave tidings. Aria had been suffering from cancer for some time now. She always tried to hide how weaker she grew with each day, and Kara had been bracing for it for months. For death to come with his slick scythe and darkened cloak and snatch away her mother, her light and hope. Now she was gone. Kara did not know what to do. "Kara," Naruto spoke, ruffling her hair softly. "What happened last night?" She broke down again, albeit a bit more controlled, strangely. She recounted how the two men entered their house, how the silver-haired priest smiled and quoted the verses of the Bible, claiming to be Jehovah's justice as he stripped her naked, lashed away at her with a whip decorated with thorns, mortified her for her sins and her mother's sins, and then tied her up, bit on every corner of her body, before he carved out a chunk of flesh. He waved it around on the pointy end of his knife, rubbing it across her cheeks and lips, making her taste the wonders of human delicacies. Kara retched, a bile rose in her throat, and she pushed herself away to the other side. Vomit shot out of her mouth. Yellow, smelly fluid smeared the clean tiles as the air grew damp and disgusting. A piece of cloth rubbed against her mouth, and she grew terrified again. It ceased once she realized it was Naruto. He looked at her for a long time before he broke his peace. "Did members of the church come to your house before?" She shook her head. "Anybody else that looked peculiar?" "No." Kara drank more. "I don't know why they came." Mom never harmed anyone, and yet those men, they just... She breathed in. "I don't know what's going on." Her hysteric cries echoed against the walls as the doors opened. Nurses rushed in trying to seize her flailing arms. She pushed them back with her strength and would have continued, but felt dizzy and weak and tired. Something was pressed against her forehead. A comforting numbness washed over her nerves and her vision tunneled, focusing only on Naruto. He looked at her sadly before mouthing something. She could read the words clearly. "I'm sorry." Why was he apologizing? He'd saved her from dying. Her eyes grew heavy, burdened with sands of slumber she'd never known as they closed. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. Raynare scoffed at the sniffs. Her scowl grew with each passing moment. Earlier she'd agreed to let the girl roam around a bit. Nobody would bother and none, and Raynare had her ravens follow her closely, familiars. The fallen deemed her act as mercy. Uncaring she may be towards humans, but even she felt a bit lenient, especially after enjoying the cherry-red blush on the blonde's face after reciting the entire erotica to her in the middle of the chapel. With the righteous godsend away, Raynare had traveled down to the catacombs. Ever since the days of the Great War, churches had massive chambers built beneath them for weapons, food, and other necessities. While it seemed Machiavellian considering the holier-than-thou air Michael seemed to bask in, it was a good decision in hindsight. The Holy See, for all its divine righteousness, was not above treachery. While she found no weapons down there, she did find something else. It made a Cheshire grin spread across her cruel, elegant face. A bed made from black stone, the sinner's cradle, was still around. Raynare tended to the old bed, reinforced the shackles, and cleaned the surface all so the ritual could go smoothly. She had witnessed Asia's ability firsthand last night. Twilight Healing Maxima, the rarest among the healing type's sacred gears. She had reconstructed fragments of a broken holy sword into its former glory. Freed had been instructed to bring it to test Asia's power. It was fruitful. Miraculously, the sword had been shipped away by other fallen to Lord Kokabile. She enjoyed the scowl on the mad priest's face, especially after she learned how he'd been denied a spare bit of blood whilst he was on his night around the town. A few murders here and there didn't matter, not when her goal was so near in sight. Then that joy was tainted. The ravens returned, dark words on their dark wings. Her ticket to redemption was gallivanting around town with a reincarnated devil, one she knew quite well. Anger on her mind, she flew out to confront them. Issei Hayate was stupefied upon seeing his murderer before him again. Shockingly, the boy had actually awakened his sacred gear. Raynare was impressed even if he carried a meager twice critical. She was surprised his mind functioned outside of focusing, praising, and dreaming about breasts. After dressing down the boy for attempting to attack her all the while as she brushed off his attempts at offense, again impressive, she whisked away the girl who had a soft spot for the pervert. To each their own, Raynare concluded when she was done separating the lovers. That was 3 hours ago, and now Raynare was at the end of her patience. Grabbing a fistful of golden locks, she pulled the nun up close. Her green eyes were misty. "I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up." More wailing ensued, and the fallen had half a mind to stitch her lips. The girl was scared yet defiant. A sense of rebellion that the fallen had in spades once when she was a blind sheep. "Why?" Raynare raised her fine brow at that. "What? Why did you kill Issei-san?" The fallen smirked. How could she not? A part of Raynare deeply enjoyed the pained look the former maiden had. "Tell me something, do you know what I am?" Asia nodded. "Then why bother asking me?" "Because..." The blonde hesitated a bit before mumbling something. "You're going to have to talk louder, girl. A minute ago you were sobbing as if your favorite pope had choked on his breath. Interestingly, every time one of the Holiness died, Raynare would open a vintage bottle of wine and celebrate the loss. However, the girl didn't buy her answer. Bizarre, Raynare released her grip as the blonde fell to the floor. They were in her room, or rather the office which belonged to the former priest who was in charge of this place. Yankee something, she didn't bother to remember the name. Asia stood up cleaning her knees, the brown dust fell off the blue threads. "I don't think you did it out of amusement, Lady Raynare." "Excuse you? You could have harmed me." Asia shrunk under Raynare's gaze but continued. "You didn't let Friedselsen hurt me." "Then you even read that." The girl blushed and paused, no doubt embarrassed. "Book to me." "I read porno in a church, girly." If that's not telling God to go fuck himself, I don't know what is. She did do something far more bolder, but now was not the time to remember such things. "I don't think you're a bad person." Raynare's smile faded and her face twisted into an uglier mask. "What the heck would you know?" "You could have killed me," the nun explained. "I heard about fallen angels killing sacred gear users, but you didn't kill me." "Oh, I'll kill you all right," Raynare assured her. Violet eyes hardened like diamonds. The nun grew quiet as Raynare stared at her, capturing the moment. She wanted to see the seeds of grim fatality grow. "I'm going to take your sacred gear." "You know what happens when a gear is removed from a person?" She let the answer hang in the air, and the tears that formed at the corner of those green eyes didn't satisfy her. Not as much as she thought it would. Perhaps she wasn't in the mood. Raynare went back to reading the old scriptures again. This was probably her 50th time reading it today. Simply put, she couldn't fuck up. Not this late in the endgame. The nun still hadn't left the room, and her presence was becoming annoying now. Preparing to let loose some acidic words, Raynare stopped herself. Asia Argento was on her knees, crying, mumbling, praying to the god that failed her. "What do you think you're doing?" Raynare stood up, angered at the sight before her. There were many things she hated. Praying to God was at the top of the list. He'd never heard or answered her prayers, and this vile excuse of flesh and blood dared to do this in front of her. Asia Argento weakly smiled. I was thanking God for everything, she continued. I've been given a lot of blessings in my life. Having the chance to follow his way was the greatest. Helping people with this gift was one of them too. The nun paused. Raynare hated the way Asia looked at her. I also prayed for Issei-san. He may be a devil, but he's such a nice person. His friends too. I hope they stay happy, and I prayed for you. It was all she needed to hear. Her hands sliced through the wind. A loud smack echoed as the nun fell on the ground. Raynare heaved. Her violet eyes shone with fury. How fucking dare you pity me? Raynare all but hissed as she picked up the girl by her throat, choking her. You think I want your precious God's mercy? As her head cooled down, she released her grip as the girl gagged for air. The fallen breathed in again. She tried to calm herself down again. The girl stood again. What was wrong with her? It wasn't pity, Lady Raynare. Asia's voice grew more timid if it was possible. I don't know why, but for some reason I can still feel it. You'll be feeling my spear next, girl. Forgive me. The girl was shedding tears now. Yet she stood defiant as ever. But I just can't ignore it. Your faith, it's still strong. Don't you start, the fallen beauty hissed. Her voice grew distorted with each word. The venom in them was stark clear. I know what your God is like. I've seen his mercy. I also know just how fucking useless he is. I'm a fallen angel, I accept that. What about you? Raynare narrowed down on her. The girl stepped back and she pressed onward. You're a saint compared to me. Always healing and helping people, never going against God, making sure you keep everyone around you happy and giddy. What did that get you? The silence must have been terrifying to the girl, Raynare assumed. What answer could this girl possibly have for her? Raynare had seen it all, the pathetic paradoxical nature of human beings. Wage war to bring peace, shed blood to save lives, kill others to protect your own. No greater good. No just cause. Winners would live and losers would perish. For here the mighty rule, the original Beelzebub had said. I heal the devil, Asia said. Raynare reeled back. What? I heal the devil. The fallen angel's eyes widened. She did not know this. Asia had been banished from the Catholic Church for reasons that did not sit well with the higher-ups, but never did Raynare assume the reason was this bizarre. Are you mad? She asked. The air in the room felt thicker now, more humid. Raynare felt sweat welling up on her skin. Why would you heal a devil of all things? He was injured, Asia explained. Her face grew morose. He took refuge in the church when I was in Sicily. The man was bleeding so much and crying in pain. The way he begged me to heal him, I just couldn't refuse. And you healed him just like that? Did you know he was a devil? Yes. You stupid, stupid girl, Raynare berated her. Why did you do that? Because, Asia spoke, her voice was clear, strong, unshaken. I believed he deserved help. God forgives everyone, and I believe that even devils and fallen angels can be helped. Raynare braced herself to hit the girl again, but hesitated. For a moment she saw not Asia Argento, the shy, foolish nun. No, she saw someone else. Flowing golden hair, emerald eyes, a gentle smile. The dark, murky room disappeared, and in its place Raynare saw crystal blue skies and flawless white clouds. The door creaked opened, and it all disappeared. Did I miss something? The voice was quiet, yet charming in its own way. In walked a tall, fair-skinned man with dark curly hair. He had the same eyes as Raynare and wore an expensive suit, complete with a rose on top. Raynare was surprised to see him, to say the least. Abathar was strong, much more than her. Boasted to have 6 wings soaked with devil's blood, this fallen angel was a trusted lieutenant of Kokabeel and a very compulsive gambler. Not surprising, he always liked tipping the scales he'd been given back then. What are you doing here, Abathar? Raynare wasn't too pleased at seeing him. He was one of those elites who looked down on her and her posse. Lord Kokabeel sent me, the man said as he helped to pick up the nun. Strange, Abathar did not like humans, well, not unless they were in bed and tied up to his suiting. What was stranger was the fact that Kokabeel had sent him. Did he not trust her? If it's something to do with the sacred gear, I've got a dash. This is hardly about your little dream coming true, Raynare. The man laughed a bit. She did not like that sound. I'm just here for the girl. What? The girl. Abathar patted the blonde's head. She cringed at the touch. Once you're done with her, Lord Kokabeel told me to bring her to him. I see, Raynare replied. Curiosity had always been one of her weaknesses. Something about this whole affair didn't make sense. The girl had no purpose other than her sacred gear. What does our Lord need her for? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? He smiled at her. I'm afraid that's a bit above your pay grade. Very well. Raynare didn't like the answer she got, but for now she would play along. If that's all, you can leave. Oh, don't mind me. I have this little book I need to get back to reading too. Is it about mass murder? Oh goodness, no. Abathar shook his head. It's about a man shooting his pregnant wife, strangling his daughter, and drowning a toddler in the bath. I do love the dear tragedies humans are prone to. Asia scooted away from the 6-winged fallen and stood near Raynare, who could only sigh. If you'll excuse me. With those words Abathar stepped out and Raynare went back to reading. Asia was still in the room, praying. The fallen didn't want to waste her time any further. Let her do her shtick, she thought. Besides, it wasn't like God was going to listen to her. No, once he passed judgment it was law. Still, she couldn't help but sneak a few glances at the disgraced nun. Perfectly still, praying with an honest posture, and there was a grace around her face. Raynare looked away. Nostalgia was fooling her. This girl reminded her of someone, a person she could never really go against. That's in the past, she thought. It's all in the past. We all need to move on. Despite reassuring herself, memories would not let her be at peace. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. Do I make myself clear? Akeno held back a sigh at how things had turned out. This argument had been going on for hours now. Yes, but I'm going to say no, Bucho, Issei replied, embers of defiant burning bright in his eyes. The newest member of their peerage was at first assumed to be a coward. Now he stood across Rias. Her power of destruction flared every so lightly, like will-o'-the-wisp in cursed woods. Yet he stood fearless. Issei, mark my words very carefully, her king stated. All the girly traits, the doe-eyed cuteness disappeared. A mask resembling that of Surzek's face was what she saw. If you go to that church, you'll be declaring war on their faction. Rogue or not, opening fire on them will result in you likely being killed. She attacked me first. The fallen went after the nun who you're not even supposed to talk to. I thought I explained that part. Bucho. Issei closed his fist. Akeno could sympathize. The boy fancied the girl, and she him if the familiar's words were to be believed. I'm grateful to you. I owe you my life. You brought me back when I thought I was a useless piece of trash. Still am. But I just can't leave Asia. If what you told me is true, I won't let her die. He made his stand and Rias' aura flared. She raised her hand facing her pawn, symbols of old Enoch burned and twisted. Like black flames dancing in the wind, her power of destruction gathered and the sacred gear wielder shook a bit, sweat dripped from his forehead. But he did not budge. Then it disappeared. Rias sighed. She was disappointed through and through. Fine. Go do what you want. Bucho, thank you. You're no longer my pawn. Silence settled in the room. Rias bore no warmth in her tone. As of this moment, you're a stray devil. So go, save that girl, run, and hide. Pray that I don't find you and rip that pawn piece out myself. Akeno stared hard at Rias. She knew what was going on. Issei looked distraught, almost heartbroken. Bucho, Kiba began. The knight was fast friends with Issei. Surely you're not serious. Am I your king, Kiba? Yes. Would you betray me? Never. What about you, Kaneko? Rias asked the petite girl who shook her head fast, but kept her gaze occasionally looked at the horrified boy. You two can go. I have much work to do. Issei decided to speak up. Bibucho, are you serious? The grief in his voice was genuine. Yes, her king replied as Kaneko and Kiba exited the room. The king, queen and pawn remained. The tick-tock of the clock was the only sound they heard. Now leave. Issei had tears welling up in his eyes. Himejima could see the shock, the sadness. He looked to her for support, but she looked away. It almost made her want to console him. But he needed this. I'm sorry. For everything, Bucho. Thank you. Leave. Rias paused. Stray. The second year darted out of the room, rushed heavy footfalls of regret ceased in the distance. Her king sighed. The mask was gone. Rias Gremory looked like as if she'd shot a puppy in the face. I'm surprised you kept it up for that long. Akeno poured her some water, the redhead cordially took it. You do know that Kiba and Kaneko are going to help him? Of course they are, Bieris replied. They're friends, although I thought I'd get you too. Oh, Rias. Akeno smiled slyly. You can fool everyone in the world, but not me. I know you all too well. Touché. The redhead leaned back in her seat. I still haven't heard anything from Tokyo. You don't think they're behind this, do you? I don't know, Akeno answered. To be honest, the rumors surrounding Azazel and his neutrality doesn't fit into this. Exactly, I can't help but feel someone else is behind this. Rias bit her thumb. Low-level fallen would never stay here this long, or even dare to attack someone in a devil's presence. I don't like this at all. Neither do I, but it is what it is. True. Rias looked at the clock. It had been pretty late for some time, but now it was dawning on them. Anyways, how's your day been? I couldn't get to ask much. You've been busy. Same old, Akeno said. Her eyes lingered over the chessboard. The haphazard way the pieces were placed looked bizarre. As if her king was trying to obtain order from chaos. Oh, Naruto didn't do anything new today? He didn't come. Did he say why? I called him, Akeno recounted. Her favorite blonde in the world sounded off today. Nothing too grave, as if he had something important to do. He did have a life, outside of hanging out with her, of course. He said he was busy with something. I think he was talking to someone. A girl? Akeno narrowed her eyes. Ha! Her king was developing a sense of humor. Maybe he does have someone he meets. Someone special, someone precious. Rias giggled like Gollum. Leave it to her king to make a cultural reference every now and then. Well, at least I'm not going to die alone, Akeno chirped. I'm not going to die alone. You don't have a boyfriend. Neither do you, Rias shot back, pouting a bit. Oh, that will change soon, Akeno smiled, placing a hand on her cheek. Then you'll be the lonely king. I can get a boyfriend. Yes, but who? And no, you can't talk about your husbandos. Much to her surprise, Rias actually gave it a thought. Akeno stared in wonder. This is interesting, she thought. Rias had never really been interested in a boy with this much thought before. Then like that her king snapped out of the daze as a red circle glowed in the room. Out of it came an adorable little bat that could claw out the eyes of humans and drop them on unwary pedestrians. Its black wings fluttered slowly, a letter tightly clutched in its limbs. Dark wings, dark words she'd read somewhere. Rias opened the letter, not caring about the envelope littered on the floor. An excitable one, her king. Rias' eyes gleamed with joy, and a wicked smile spread on her face. Oh, Akeno waited for her to answer. It's from Tokyo. Her king showed her. They're rogues. We're free to do as we please. Oh, Akeno shivered a bit. Glee filled her body, rage rose in her mind, and jolts of excitement began to emerge. She wanted to hang out with Naruto, just a small visit like every day, it was so enjoyable. But for tonight she'd have to settle down with smiting. Righteous smiting. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. His breasts were heavy, his heart was heavier, filled with grief, anger, desperation. Asia, he thought of the lovely girl who he'd known for less than 2 days, yet deep inside it felt different. It felt right. That was the only word that came to mind. Her smile, her voice, her hair, her everything, Ape was there as usual, of course. She was so perfect, she treated him like he was a person, she liked him for being a friend. Issei Hayate had never felt such endearment towards other people save his parents. All he knew was that he had to save her. By any and all means necessary. You're slowing down, perv, Kaniko's bland voice made him pick up the pace. Despite the looming danger Asia was in, he allowed himself to smile. Kiba and Kaniko had shown up outside his house. One was smiling, the other was monotonous, but cute as usual. Kiba's simple words was the last bit of encouragement he needed to roam into the valley of death. "Sorry!" Issei spoke in between the strides. His twice critical, a commonly occurring sacred gear much to his disappointment was ready to go. Yuma's words. No, he reminded himself, Raynare. That was her name, the one who took her away, the one who killed him. The one he feared. Just remembering her face made him wince. The phantom sensation of the light-constructed spear slowly bursting through his chest, clean through his spine, leaving him to rot and die. His fist clenched, and he swallowed the fear. This was no time to be afraid. All that mattered was saving Asia. Even if it meant giving up his life to save her, he would gladly do it. For a moment he felt his pulse jump, as if the sacred gear had been responding. It didn't happen again. Must be the nerves. Issei, we're here. Kiba and Kaniko immediately stopped. Issei took a few steps before panting. The run had taken a fair bit of wind out of him. They couldn't use the teleportation circles since Bucho may have been made aware of their defection to help him. Didn't mean he wasn't less elated. They were his friends, Kiba and Kaniko, weird as they were. Bucho was too. Maybe she would forgive him. Akeno-senpai would whip him and Asia desserts after this. How many? Issei paused. Do you think there are? He took a quick look at his watch. It wasn't the most expensive, but his dad bought this for him when he entered Ko last year. This was perhaps the only time he didn't like looking at it, mostly because of what it read. 2 minutes to midnight, he thought nervously. Why couldn't time be on his side? At least 20 to 30, Kiba answered, summoning a straight bastard sword for himself. Issei couldn't help but remark how the two looked battle-ready. Kaniko particularly looked ready to crush everything in her path. Guys! He faced them, some tears welling up in his eyes. Issei couldn't control himself. He wouldn't mind being called weak, but they were following him into certain death. The boy couldn't ask for better friends. Thank you? Shut up, perv, Kaniko spoke, merciless as usual. You can pay me for this later. Will do, Kaniko-chan. Careful, Issei. Kiba patted him on the back. Her price is steep and consists of cakes. And everything else sweet. Don't worry. I'll work my ass off. I owe you guys. Kiba smiled and Kaniko nodded lightly. They were heading towards the old abandoned church. Issei remembered the last time he went there. Some priest had died. He didn't remember the entire story, but he remembered a lot of people crying that day. It made him cry too. Not tonight, he told himself. He took a step forward. This was his moment of truth. I smell blood. 3 words. Simple as they were, halted him. Froze him. Images and thoughts of a bleeding blonde entered his mind. No, 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 he looked at Kaniko, who spoke those words. She was looking behind them. Sobs first reached his ears, followed by incoherent loud words, and feet shuffling against the ground. A man was running towards them, limping and bleeding and crying. Issei wanted to look away. The man was missing skin and meat underneath his right eye. Raw flesh gasped. The red fibers contracted, expanded, shot out squirts of red liquid along the path. His remaining teeth and torn gums could be seen clearly from where vestiges of his right cheek was. He felt something rise in his throat as the man jogged past them, muttering one phrase over and over again. It made Issei's head hurt. Aiuto mi, Dio! Did he have to mention his name? Issei rubbed his forehead, trying to work past the throbbing headache. The guy was going towards the church. That meant he was in league with those fallen guys. Kiba! Kaneko-chan! That guy He's. Issei tried to speak, but he could not. He was suffocating. He didn't know why. The whole place became quiet. Too quiet, he concluded. It was almost like the night he'd been stabbed. Instead of remembering the bright light that skewered him, he saw something different. He saw something else. Darkness. Deathly dancing darkness. Like smoke from exhaust pipes it spread around him, polluting and tainting the air, corrupting the very air he breathed. Moonlight was fading, cowering away. Clouds hovered and hung in the night sky. They were trying to hide this from the world. Issei felt something crawl up his spine. A murder of crows cawed and screamed from the trees, fleeting from whatever horror was arriving. Their shrieks were howling winds. He heard footsteps. Each step echoed in the silence. Kaneko-chan breathed heavily, Kiba's sword rattled, and Issei fell to his knees. It was getting cold. Too cold. He was going to die. Whatever came was going to kill him. The ghost walked past him. It strolled at a serene, cruel pace. Perhaps it was foolishness that beckoned Issei to see what maimed his will. It wasn't a ghost he saw. Phantoms did not walk, phantoms did not wear clothes, they most certainly did not have spiky blonde hair. Senpai! Issei gasped out. Some joy seeped out of his heart. Naruto-senpai was here. Sure, the guy wasn't that great or cheerful. Didn't help him when he was getting killed, but maybe he came to help this time. Issei wished he hadn't called out. For a moment his heart had stopped. The world stopped. Blue eyes were surrounded by pitch darkness. The white scara faded to black. His face looked blank, devoid of all humanity. A murky air surrounded the blonde. Darkness twisted around him, clinging to him like they were his demons. Issei fell to his knees. Numbness settled in as he stared into the abyss. Despair filled his vessel. Naruto Uzumaki was. He was death. Then he walked forward. The third year was walking towards the church, nearing the gate with every step until he went inside. Beep. 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 Issei gasped for breath. The blare signaling midnight's arrival broke him out of the daze. What just happened? He tried to make heads and tails. Was that Naruto-senpai he saw? Or was it a trick? Issei, Kiba murmured. He finally turned around. Kiba was sweating nervously. Kaneko was holding her head, shaking and shivering. We need to get in there. Issei nodded, but he couldn't move. His body refused. Fear had crippled him. Get up, he told himself. You have to save her. He'd never been anything special in life. Always average, never the guy everyone wanted to hang out with, or someone a cute girl had a crush on. Now he had something to fight for. He needed to do this. Letting loose a war cry, he charged forward. It didn't matter what lied beyond. Saving her was all he could do. He rushed into the old building. Kaneko yelled at him, telling him to slow down. He wished he'd listened to her. Issei Haida entered the church, and the first thing that greeted him was a severed head. The smell of iron dampened the air. Blood painted the floor. Screams of pain resounded everywhere. In the midst of it all stood Naruto Uzumaki, surrounded by fallen angels and priests. "Where is freed Cell Zen?" The onyx walls shone brightly despite the dim lights the torches gave, like polished mirrors of darkness, that showed their path to a murkier descent. Each step felt heavier, the moment was surreal. There would be blood tonight, and from that hope would be born. A dream would be kindled, and a price would be paid. An apt cost. A worthy sacrifice. Like cattle to butchers, Asia Argento was being led down further and further into a dwindling path of no return. Despite the fact that she was being led to her own demise, the nun strode forward with seemingly no worries. A bold attempt at bravery if Raynare ever saw one. Oh, there was fear inside those jaded eyes, yes, she saw it clearly. The desperate realization of the inevitable end, the revelation of death and all that followed afterwards. The regret of not being able to fulfill the desires that dwelled in the deepest corners of one's mind. Raynare knew what it was like. The dread, the fear, the horror. She'd brushed with death before. Before she fell, the first time a pack of devils had cornered her was in Riga, a week before World War II began. A group of strays had been wandering around making false promises to people, and those gullible humans did their biddings for them. Being the young fool she was, Raynare had her group charge in. It had been an ambush, and that day she would have died, had her favorite brother not shown up. Metatron, the voice of God, had been enraged and threatened to destroy the entire city by unleashing his divine aura. Raynare stopped him. Back then her hatred for humans still existed, but hadn't soared to the great dizzy heights that made her fall. The earth was her father's creation. There was no need to destroy a part of it because some fools fell prey to their heart's desire. Perhaps she should have let him. "Someone's inside the church," Kala said to her, and the fallen nodded. A magic alarm set off as Raynare's hand showed a purple glowing sign. It was rotating slowly. "I'm not surprised," she replied. "Honestly expected our guests to arrive a bit sooner." Maybe they were being held back by something. Raynare, for reasons she was yet to figure out, assumed that Issei, fool that he was, perhaps gave himself a hype speech. That or jerking off to ease himself into the situation. Dating him was a bit traumatic for her. In fact, it was probably the fourth most horrid moment of her life, and she had them by the spades. The details the boy would go into regarding tits and his hobbies were disturbing to her ears. She could never look at olive oil the same way again. "You seem calm, Ray." Middled, the short stuffed blonde of her troupe, flew around like a careless child, smiling. "Aren't you a bit worried that Issei-kun and his friends will save the girl?" The loli did a fine job at mimicking her voice. It was infuriating. For a moment Raynare heard Donasek cough. Once, twice, thrice. "Oh, fuck off." Her response made Middle giggle like a child at a candy shop. Some snickers came from her side too. "You too, Kala?" No, I was just thinking of something else. Kala paused as they walked further into the catacombs. Is Satan? This time Donasek didn't hold back his laughter, and it echoed in the caverns. Honestly, Raynare, the fedora fetish-loving fallen friend of hers spoke in between the chuckles of her other comrades. How you even said such a thing is still beyond me. That's unhealthy. That coming from the man who ate 97 pies in one day? Maybe. Donasek, the cheeky gluttonous bastard, smiled so purely that could an angel would bless him. But I like pies. Especially corned beef pies. I think I'll go get some after this ordeal is done, or maybe 100. Limits are made to be broken after all. Of course you would. Food is all you think about. At least we don't think about vengeance all the time, Middle chipped in. Or dominating humans, Kala added. Or pissing off the man upstairs. Don't forget the lines she says before killing someone. Tell God I said fuck you. Donasek's impression made the group laugh, and the other 4 volunteering fallen joined in on it. The 2 priests walking with them did not look that pleased. Freed looked away, not pleased he couldn't punish them for apparent heresy, and Abathar was smiling. You're quite lovely tonight, the lot of you, the 6-winged fallen commented. You were so intense not too long ago, and now you're acting like you don't have a care in the world. Raynare knew what he was trying to do, the condescending tone was clear. Of course I am. She wouldn't let him have this moment. We're finally going to get what we wanted. Yes. Abathar wasn't done. You are, and you'll do well to remember who gave you that chance. Lord Kokabille grants gifts to those who serve well. I do have one question, though. What is it? The devils. Gremory and her servants, he continued as they entered the main chamber. It was large, far too large for something beneath a church. Though given the old history, it was no surprise. What happens if they cut through everyone we left above? What will you do when they try to take her away from you? Raynare looked at the girl who was slowing down with each and every step. She was just trying to delay it as much as she could. Futile resistance. The nun no longer wore the robe she'd came in. A white gown was all she had on now, white as the horse of death that would one day gallop past hordes of humans doing their best to hold on to the last vestiges of life. Raynare stepped forward, grabbing the girl by the hand as she led her to her final destination. Raynare's eyes remained fixed on the sinner's cradle. The black bed was flat, made from the finest onyx, used to purge vengeful spirits from man when they were possessed by a soul so damned that it would not leave the mortal realm. A sheet of black and crimson was spread over the cradle. White ancient Enochian markings were scribbled intricately into it. Gleefully, she touched the cloth, her fingers rubbed over the etches, and for a moment she thought she was but in a dream. A distant dream that would turn into the reality she'd been chasing for decades. It wasn't just her dream, it was Kala's and Nit's and Don's. She carried the weight of more than one life on her. There was no way she was going to give this up, whether the enemy was the Gremory heiress, or Great Red himself. They'll die. All of them? Abathar asked, the smile grew wider. Teeth sharpened like jagged blades, risque and ruthless. You'd risk a war with the underworld for the sake of what you want. Yes, Raynare said. She looked at her friends, the ones who stayed with her through it all, the thick and the thin. As if there was any other choice. Foolish. Brave but foolish, the 6-winged man remarked. But Lord Kokabille does reward bravery. A mind like that is just what we need. Raynare did not reply. Channeling the dark, corrupted energy in her, she created various sigils. All of them hung in midair. 72 pink circles burning with the passion inside her shone brightly. The color was getting darker. It looked like blood. From blood she would be reborn. The stage was set, and she looked at key to her redemption. Asia Argento. Sweet, innocent, and a victim of circumstance. People like her didn't deserve to be on the planet. The way Raynare saw it, this was mercy. Mercy of sparing her from a hellishly disturbing life that lied in wait for her. After all, was it not mercy Yahweh showed the Greek gods when he destroyed Poseidon? When the sea god had threatened to sink all of Europe? If she was to be honest, the fallen quite liked the blonde, for a human. She was what Gabriel talked about. This world would no doubt bring about her ruin. As an angel, it was her duty to save her. Well, it would be. The girl was praying again. It reminded her of something. Every time the nun would clasp her hands and poured all her faith into a prayer, it would make her remember of a girl who used to pray that way too. Whose faith was unshakable. Whose loyalty was unquestionable. Whose love for her siblings were pure. Still praying? Raynare put her hand on the nun's golden locks. She should have asked what conditioner the girl used. Still hoping God will save you? Yes. Oh, Raynare couldn't help herself. And who do you think he'll send to save you? An angel. Raynare smiled. Not her usual cruel smile. The surprise on Asia's face was to be expected. Sweet. She led the girl to her final bed. The only angel coming down here to save you is the angel of death. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. The moon was full and bright tonight. A mist of black painted the skies. Small, bright stars, blue and shiny, were clear as day. Clouds were drifting away from their destination, and Rias Gremory for the life of her could not get the agitation out of her. She'd run everything in her head. The fallen were no problems, the rogue priest was no problem either. Time, however, was. Time was the greatest enemy she'd ever faced, and she knew if they were too late, it would be a wasted effort. If only that scum Shemhazai hadn't taken this long to respond, he was probably trolling her, no doubt. They said Azazel the first of the fallen, for those uneducated in the shady and terrifying ways of how fallen angels operate, it's the rank given to the leader of the Gregory. For more information available at the Desk of Doom in Gregory HQ was a madman, not so much in the sense of world domination, but more along the lines of batshit insane, as he was considered something of a loony scientist and a troll of the highest order. Or so her cousin told her. Regardless, they could not at any cost fuck up. More than one life was on the line tonight, and she wasn't losing any members of her peerage. It was up to her, the king, to save them. Tonight, they needed her lead them through the dark night. Rias, Akeno spoke, and the Gremory looked at her. What are you thinking about? I just hope we're not too late, she said with a grave tone. Her eyes narrowed, and a bit of her power flared, masking her in a red and black aura. Akeno, her best friend, her aide, her sister, her queen, spoke. You're trying to show off, aren't you? A little bit. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Rias couldn't help it. How could she not? 1. She was confident in her abilities. her peerages, and knew for a fact that nearly all the fallen in the vicinity had one pair of wings. Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko would be able to power through them. The remaining ones, if a fair bit stronger, would fall victim to her and Akeno. More importantly, they were out to help a warrior get back his princess. This was about as shonen her life could ever get. Oh, there wasn't enough background music in the world to help her get hyped up. "You're a bigger weeb than I thought you were," Akeno chided, wagging her finger mid-flight. "Seriously, this is why you don't have a boyfriend." "Speak for yourself." Rias shot back. They were getting closer to the church. Crows were flying everywhere, scattering and fleeing from that place. "I've read your diary. Let me tell you this, no man will ever allow you to do that thing to him with your heel." "Oh my!" Akeno blushed a bit. "I see you've been peeking into my diary again." "As if you never did," the heiress said. "I still can't look at Mom straight when she brings up that every time we spoke, though their talks had lessened over the years. Probably due to the fact that her parents were trying to make her get married to a guy she despised with all the hatred in her being. She'd marry the son of a priest before him. Well, it's not my fault you just left it open like that. Besides," the queen smiled innocently, the devil she was. "What's a girl to do? Respecting privacy would be nice." "You sleep naked." "Of course I do." "You never lock your gate." "Nobody will ever enter my room." "I do." "You're different. You don't dash." "I have your nudes." Ria's brain stopped, aura flared, cheeks burned, and eyes widened. "What?" "Calm down." Both of them landed on the ground. There were no guards around. But that didn't change what she said. "When we're done here, we need to talk about those pictures." "Don't worry," Akeno assured her. "They're for my eyes only." Rias did not feel so assured. Akeno cast a spell. Magic flew out of her hands and checked the area for countermeasures. There were none. "They're sloppy," Rias commented. "Or overconfident," Akeno added, licking her lips as she slowly smirked. "I think I need to teach them not to screw up like this." "All in due time, let's go." Rias and Akeno, on leathery wings, rushed in through the door, and the overwhelming retching odor of iron halted them in their paths. The smell of blood and grime and shit invaded their nares. Rias had killed before, stray devils, the occasional fallen, and rarer beasts that beckoned for flesh. She'd shed blood, it was never easy even now. However, she'd never enjoyed it. Akeno enjoyed inflicting pain, it was her sadistic nature to do so. Murder was a different cup of tea. What Rias saw made her clench her fists. Her peerage stood safe and sound, thank Lucifer. However, they weren't moving. They stood and stared like goats. Kiba looked intense with a sword in his hand, the blade's hilt clanked as his hands clenched. Kaneko was trembling ever so lightly, the ever-present face of being bored now replaced with a slightly worried face. Sweat covered her forehead. Issei, the pawn, the gutsy and risky one, looked a bit pale, his jaw open, shoulders slouched, and fists tightened, shaking. The twice critical in his hand grew red and dimmed over and over again. Slowly, her gaze shifted from them to what lied ahead. Bloody floors, severed limbs, twisted bodies spasming from excruciating pain. Bones jutted outwards from the joints of those who were victimized, red flesh with creamy white fat adamantly clung on to them. A head lied on the floor, one side of its face missing skin, flesh, and nerves. A fallen angel crashed near her, his chest and abdomen whipped, beaten, scarred, a scarlet mess. Amidst all the rushing priests, scores of fallen, she saw him. Blonde hair matted with crimson liquid, his head and body swerving, twisting, dodging around the bullets, swords and light conjured spears that could end him with ease. Something flashed in his hand. Dark, metallic, the kunai in his hand spun slowly before shooting off to hit a man in his shoulders, burying itself deep. He didn't stop there, he kicked 2 men in the face, making them fly before crashing into the wall. A fallen swept up behind him, spear ready in his arm, the perfect angle to stab someone in the back. The blonde flipped in midair, his hand gripped around the head of the fallen. Then the fall came, the winged being's face met the solid floor intimately before ricocheting back. The head suffered another as the axle came down on the back of the skull. Bone crunched under the pressure, the nose bled like a fountain, and he remained there, prone and helpless. Rias Gremory had seen many things. She'd heard stories of humans being so inherently strong, ones without blessings or sacred gears, that they could defeat fallen and devil alike. The young heiress had never believed any of that bullshit. No ordinary human could ever do that, not without a weapon. Yet he proved her skepticism wrong. Fists, legs, a bloody kunai, that was all he had, and he was decimating everyone in his path. Enemies fell like flies, swatted away with the least effort, not being able to take more than one hit lest they want to lose their lives. Spears of light, bright and sharp, converged on him. Like a prey cornered. All of them missed him, as he kicked, punched, slashed his would-be killers. Kiba. She spoke, eyes not moving from the sight. Is that Dash? Yes, Bucho. Came her knight's reply. She too knew he was staring straight at this scene. Senpai entered before us and Rias couldn't blame him, or any of them. She knew Naruto Uzumaki was dangerous, she'd known that ever since her first encounter with him. She just didn't know how much. Though this raised questions. Why was he here? He didn't seem the type who'd help them right away. As far as she knew, none of them had called him. The redhead looked to her side. Akeno, did you call him here? Her queen's mind was too focused on the fight, if one could call it that. Akeno. No, she said, violet irides fixated on the blonde, concern and worry filled in them along with something else. Excitement. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. As a child, she'd loved butterflies. Before her father turned his back, before her mother met her untimely end, before her family decided to murder her because of the vile blood that ran in her veins. Akeno Himejima was a normal child like any other. She loved all things cute and colorful, and the small yet majestic little creatures with colored wings that stole her imagination was her favorite. A part of her always wondered what it was like to fly, to spin and twist in air. A figure skater in air, if you will. A dance of perfection with beating wings. Sadly, she had acquired them later. Not the way she wanted it, but it was all behind her. Sad wings of destiny, however, drove her from becoming a normal person with normal issues and a normal life to turn into a woman flawed and filled with hatred for 3 specific things. That man, fallen angels, and the Himejima clan. Sadism ran thick in her as much as her blood, a part of her thrived and enjoyed and loved inflicting pain on others. To see the anguish in one's eyes, the fear in their shaking forms, the hoarse grunts of pain from being victimized. Did it make her a freak to society? Yes, it did. Did she care? She never did. People would turn sooner on each other than one could blink. Why take others' opinions when they are going to be shit anyway? Whenever she saw these things, it made her excited, it made her tingle and quiver and shake with fervor, it made her feel alive. So alive. Violence was an art. The scene before her was a masterpiece. Limbs twisted at awkward angles. Knees bent in ways they should not. Sounds of pain, bones snapping, flesh cut open and exposed to air, blood soaked the ground wet. Bodies strewn apart like discarded dolls and hitting the floor and walls with an awesome display of brutality. Her heart was still beating and she let out a gasp, one of unbridled passion as she saw his forearm smash against the mouth of a fallen, how the face rippled from the blow. How the jaw hung after being displaced, white teeth with drops of red liquid flew in the air. She felt herself getting warmer and warmer at the sight. However, the most beautiful thing in this brilliant scene was him. It was always him that took her attention the most. Akeno Himejima wanted to walk forward. She wanted in on the fun, revenge on the scum that made her an orphan. That had been the plan all along. But now, she was in a trance. She stood mesmerized and hypnotized by his clinical display of dispatching all his enemies. Every strike, every stab, every slash aimed at arteries and veins that constricted movement. Every blow was powerful, concise, aimed at spots which would make one dizzy. She should know, Akeno had spent hours and hours of her life learning where things hurt the most. Her growing devotion to his dastardly dance came to a halt, however. One fallen had thrown a light spear at him. It was rushing towards the back of his neck, whiskers away from impaling his nape. She heard herself scream his name. She felt her legs working on their own, her black wings blessed by the devils beneath unfurl and flap and glide as she rushed towards him. She had power, she had strength, she had the speed to save him. Never again was a fallen fuck taking away someone important from her. Especially not Naruto. Rias was yelling at her, telling her to stop. She could not, would not ever stop. The spear's tip was just about to strike him. It would end him. For a moment the world stood still as she watched him look at her. Akeno froze. They were back. The darkest blue she'd seen before. Blank and hollow, the blue eyes looked at her own and she felt afraid. There, however, was a change this time. Instead of the usual white scara often streaked with red veins, she saw darkness. Pure pitch black. As if his very humanity had left him in that moment. Eyes were windows to the soul, and right now he only had one purpose. She saw it clearly in his eyes. Death. She saw death in his eyes. Before she could react, Naruto had turned around and grabbed the light spear. She stopped near him, his back facing her as the conjured weapon flickered and struggled in his hands. Wisps of light flew in the hair like mutated fireflies. Then he tightened his hold and crushed it. A gust of wind and he was near the fallen angel, yanking him by the wing and throwing him onto the ground. His foot crushed its way into the fallen's back. He held both the wings and was still tugging on them as the creature beneath him screamed. Freed Selzen. Naruto spoke after a minute. Where is he? Fuck you. Let me try this again. Naruto began to pull one of the wings upwards, towards him. The screams increased and Akeno witnessed his strength. Slowly, the baseline of the wings was beginning to strain. Muscle, skin, nerve began to tighten as the black feathered limb was being stretched further and further. She didn't want him to stop, they were her enemies and she was enjoying this side of him. So vicious and cruel and precise. Like clothes being torn stitch by stitch, the wing began to unglue itself from the back and the man was howling in pain. "That's enough, senpai!" Issei, surprisingly, yelled out and Akeno looked at him with concern. Naruto's gaze befell him, and the young boy shivered. How could he not? That's too much. "Why are you here?" Naruto asked, still slowly ripping the wing from the spine. "All of you?" "Stop it, senpai! Asia's been captured." Issei, what a brave lad he was, explained. His hands were shaking and the gauntlet was glowing, if only lightly. "Interesting. We're here to save her." "Naruto," Rias spoke, her tone very cautious. "What are you doing here? I thought you didn't want to get involved with anything we did." "I didn't," Naruto said, his voice was a bit shaky, unhinged. "I didn't want anything to do with devils, fallen angels, anyone. I'm here for one person and one person only. So my dear fallen angel," he directed his words to the victim beneath, "you better tell me where he is. Otherwise I swear to the god that kicked you out, you're going wish you were never born." And bones beneath wings could be seen, like thin, dirty, solid fingers. Yellow with specks of red tendons attached to them. "Please stop!" the fallen cried out pathetically. "I'll talk. Please stop." "Where is he?" "The catacombs. The catacombs beneath the church." "How do I get there?" Naruto released his hold on one of the wings, but still jerked at the one half torn from its body. "There's a door behind the confessional." "Please. Stop." Naruto relented and let go of the wing, much to her disappointment. He was walking towards the next room. She followed, walking past the litter of bodies he had wounded and broken. Despite her immense pleasure at the scene, her joy at his violent streak, his eyes worried her still. She reached out with her hand, she could feel Rias mentally telling her to stop. She accompanied him, and nearly closed the door. She needed to talk to him. Her hand slowly fell on his shoulders and he stopped mid-step. There was blood on her hands and she stiffened her grasp on him. "Naruto-kun," Akeno said softly as she could. "Not now," he said. "Don't stop me now." "What happened?" Akeno was not one to judge anyone for murder. She had killed too. Her hands were no cleaner. Humans, however, she had never killed. What drove Naruto to kill that man? To sever his head like that? Everyone else in the church had severe wounds, some even mortal, but only one was dead. She thought she'd finally gotten through to him. That dank cold air about him had lessened, but now it was the same thing all over again. He stood still. Not a word, it was just his breathing she heard. "They killed Arya," Naruto said, finally looking at her. Akeno's eyes widened at the sight. Some tear jerked out of the corner of his eyes. Very small, but she saw it. She let him go. Arya had raised him. Arya had loved him. Arya was to Naruto what her mother was to her. She understood what he felt right now, more than anyone else. He walked towards the wooden stall, opening the door where countless people had confessed their sins, cried out their hearts and lamented on their regrets. He pushed it to the side with one hand and she saw a black, old wooden door. Rustic and ancient, it creaked when he opened it. It was dark inside, and he stepped through. Akeno! Rias walked into the room and shook her. What were you thinking? Didn't you see what he did? What if he did something to you? Huh? Akeno, now calmer, looked at Rias. Don't worry. He didn't. He wouldn't. Are you blind? Rias' worry was genuine. Akeno appreciated that, but unnecessary. He was still Naruto, terrifying as he seemed at the moment. Didn't you see his eyes? What he did to them? He didn't kill any of them. Oh, okay. Explain the severed head, please. They killed Sister Arya, the one who raised him. Akeno had told her about the nun, and she saw the look of shock on her king's face. That person you were talking about, the one who got killed. It must have been her. The Gremory reeled back. Somewhere, Akeno knew that the redhead had found an awkward friend in Naruto. Their arguments suggested that as well. The Peerage members did too, not as great as Issei though. Where is he? Rias asked, and the queen pointed to doorway leading to the catacombs. We can't let him go alone. Akeno was sure he didn't need any help. Not with these fallen. All of them had 2 wings, hardly a threat. Following her king's charge, the Peerage crossed the threshold. They would save Asia, they would get rid of the scum that infected the place, and when it was over, she'd help him. By any means necessary. XXXXX, ADM, XXXXX. He was no stranger to the dark. As a child, it always scared him. Living alone in a modest apartment in Konoha, all by himself, the nights were always the worst. Fear of monsters under his bed, ghosts creeping out of his closet, other unsightly beasts haunting his dreams. Sometimes when a storm roared through the night, when winds howled, skies bellowed and rain thrashed the walls from all sides the house, he'd crawl under his blanket with a toy kunai. Old man Hokage had gifted it to him, and with that small weapon in hand, he'd banish his inner demons and fears. There was nothing a ninja could do. There was nothing Naruto Uzumaki couldn't do. Empty words and foolish lies. One he said and failed to keep up to all the time. Even now, with all his strength, he couldn't save one person he cared about. Perhaps this was karma, it had to be. He'd let those people die before, when he lied to himself that he didn't want to save those people from fallen angels. Maybe if he'd saved Issei that night, Arya would have lived. Maybe if he hadn't been a fool all those years ago, in that valley, he wouldn't have been this way. There never was anyone to blame, but himself. Through the dark descending steps, he thought about it. He used to shout about being Hokage, but never did anything to improve himself. He wanted people to respect him, but acted like a megalomaniac stuffed on coke. He wanted to keep a promise to Sakura, but he wasn't strong enough to keep his word. Jiraiya told him to bring peace, he only brought destruction. The old prophecy was right. He had failed. Naruto failed every step of the way. Even in this world, his memories reminded him of his greatest failure. He'd done so many things to try and forget. The mind, however, was never at rest. Naruto was so tired of failing. So tired of letting himself, his people down, he chose to stay away from them. Yet the cycle repeated itself. For now, he would do the one thing he could do right now, kill Fried Selzen. The darkness began to clear. torches hung on the side of the walls, the onyx staircase went further and further. He was there. The priest. The man who took away the one person who cared about him when no one else did. Kushina and Minato had given up their lives to protect him from a then enraged Kurama. They loved him, he loved them, but beyond that he could never tell what it was like to be loved by parents as you grew up. He was sure of one thing though, Arya loved him like he was her own. And nothing could ever replace that. Standing near a stony door, thick and strong, he tried to push it open but it would not budge. He breathed out and extended his arm. The palm opened before closing into a fist, and he stopped for a second. How many years had it been since he had trained? How many years since he had last used this? It's easy, kid. The white-haired pervert smiled widely. Trust me, just because you haven't tried doesn't mean you can't do it. He made his palm face upwards. Remember. Power! Chakra fizzled in his hands, slowly coming out of the skin as hues of blue formed. Rotation. It spun, wildly, creating a noise that he hadn't heard in so long. And finally, containment. Remember, power's nothing if you can't control it. The blue sphere came to life. It floated above his hand, bright and powerful as ever. The legacy of the fourth, the gift of the Toad Sage. The technique he was known for to all. Rasengan, he murmured. The ghost of a word he hadn't uttered so long. For a moment he was 12 again, he was younger, it wasn't the stony wall he saw, it was Kabuto with his smug expression. It fueled him as he drove the spinning sphere of pure demolishing chakra. The solid standing slab never stood a chance as it was destroyed into 1,000 smaller pieces, all flying inwards into the large room that lay before him. It reminded him of the stadium where he fought after going through the forest of death. Kunai clutched in his left hand, he walked forward. He saw purple sigils, similar to Rias ones, present a bit away from him above what he thought looked like a bed. The girl was there, the nun, Asia Argento, the one who blessed him. She looked to be in pain. Beside her he saw her again. Raynare. The fallen angel paled at his sight, her eyes widened and the symbols stopped glowing. She began to shake, no doubt remembering their encounter. Other fallen stood beside them too. And few priests similar to the ones he'd beaten before coming down here. A man in a suit, with long hair, looked at him with faintest of smiles, as if he were glad. But they were nothing compared to the one Naruto had finally seen. Silver-haired, moderately tall, laughing at his presence, and wielding a gun. Woo-hoo! Finally a fucker made it all the way and… Wait. Who the fuck are you? You don't like one of Gremory's bitches. Freed Selzen. The one and only. The man looked at him with distaste. What the fuck do you want, kid? Naruto walked forward. He heard Rias, Akeno and their team enter the room, behind him. He was heading towards where the group was huddled. They were on guard except the long-haired man and Freed, who smirked a bit. Hey, you look kinda familiar, kid. Your hair does. Met quite the lovely lass last night. Running at a speed that gave him whiplash, Naruto grabbed Freed by the head as he stood in between them all. His fingers gripped around his head, slowly exerting more and more force. He wanted to crush his head from the inside out. You're going to die for what you did. Hell is other people. Summed up humanity nicely. Beneath all the sacred gears and miracles and good deeds was a dirty beast filled with sin. instruments of their own destruction. A movie she'd seen long ago had a poster that resonated with her opinion. Some soldier brazenly wrote the truth on his helmet. Born to kill. They would never stop killing each other. It was pathetic. One of the many reasons she despised them. Loathed them. Saw them as filth. That said, Raynare could not move a single muscle in that moment. All that hatred, all that vile ire was gone. All she felt was fear. She saw a wraith clothed in mortal flesh, his frame adorned with crimson stains. He stood there like death himself, judging the priest, peering into his soul, counting his sins. A human making her call to God for help. You're going to die for what you did. She couldn't breathe. Struggling, she let out a gasp and felt someone grasping her shoulders, shaking her as muffled words barely reached her ears. She couldn't look away. Those words, those horrid, horrid words. Raynare stared at the ghost. If she looked away, he'd strike her down. He'd promised her. She knew it. He was focusing on Freed. She wanted to run, fly, just get the fuck away from this place. She felt a jolt on her neck. Calawarner stood in front of her, tensed and worried. Middle looked shocked at the sudden appearance while Donasek didn't take his eyes off of the ghost. Raynare, you! A gust of wind swished past her. Abathar kicked him square in the jaw, making him fly off into the distance. He crashed deep into the wall. Light shone. Black light. Abathar let the dark energy flow in him, conjuring two spears as he hurled them at the human-sized hole in the wall. An explosion shook the catacombs and Raynare stared at the power the fallen displayed. Maybe they had a chance. Abathar was Kokabill's personal attack dog. He killed and maimed anyone who stood in his way. Far stronger than her, maybe just strong enough to kill him. Freed, the fallen helped pick up the priest who clutched his head. Blood smoothly kept flowing out of his nose. The scare of his eyes went from white to red. You might want to get out now. What the fuck are you on about? Freed said hazily. He tumbled around a bit. I'm gonna shoot that motherfucker in his fucking nuts and... Abathar slapped the man. Hard. A tooth fell out with gum attached to it. The priest held his mouth, cursing at the fallen angel. You black-winged cocksucker! Careful, papist, Abathar smiled. Lord Kokabil has plans for you. Best not to mess those up, and besides, Raynare followed his vision. Gremory and Co. had arrived. We have company. Raynare looked at the group and again she was surprised to see Ys say Haidu there. The boy had more guts than she gave him credit for. He was here for the girl, her golden ticket. He was shouting something, she didn't care. All that mattered was the girl and her power. Hold them off, Raynare told them. She had to do it now. I'll complete the spell. Then we're all getting out of here. We've spent enough time here as it is. All right, Calawarner assured her. All her friends, her fallen aides and the priests prepared themselves. Wings spread, energy flowed, guns cocked, swords alighted. Do it right, Ray. I'll take the little one. Middle rushed off to the white-haired girl as the priests went for Gremory. Calawarner and Donasek went for Issei and the black-haired girl. Freed finally up was making his way out of the chamber. His nose a bloody mess and Abathar was still looking at the hole he made. Raynare stood over the cradle. She began to chant in her mind. Sigils glowed and spun as chaos unleashed all around her. She just needed enough time to make this work. Then it would be done. Interesting. Abathar's voice made her look away. Raynare watched as amid the smoke and rubble, he emerged. The ghost stood with dusty clothes and hateful eyes. He walked slowly towards the fallen. Oh, you're approaching me? Where's Fried? Gone with the wind, I'm afraid. Abathar smiled, showing all of his wicked wings, and let loose a shockwave of energy. The catacombs shook and all eyes focused on him. Black miasma formed around his wings and limbs as two dark swords formed in his hands. Power emanated off of him. It made her feel unnerved. Before we fight, I have to know something. You're no devil. You're no yokai, and you're certainly no angel. Yet here you stand before me, Abathar of the Bloody Wings, with little to no injuries despite the little gift I sent your way. So I ask you, human, who are you? None of your concern. The blonde walked faster, and Raynare felt herself tremble a bit. She calmed down. Abathar is here, this will work. She told herself as she watched the fallen lunged at the ghost. Averting her eyes to the nun, she started to chant once again. Almost there, she thought. She could see those gates in her mind again. Almost there. Salvation would come for her. Her friends. She focused all her energy into the task. She didn't care what came next after she did what she had to do. Those were plans for later. You. She looked at him. Issei Hayadu. The boy she'd killed. Wielder of the twice critical. Mr. Tits, she called him. That was always on the boy's mind. She had no doubt he delved deeper into his sins now that he was a devil. He had rage in his eyes as the red gauntlet shone, the green jewel gleaming. Get away from her! Normally she'd taunt him, tease him, and then have her way with him. Now she couldn't. Twilight healing Maxima was so close. Not to mention, her eyes glanced at Abathar and him. He was strong, she'd known that. She didn't know how strong. He was keeping up with Abathar. That was a problem. Not good. Conjuring a spear with one hand, she lunged it at the pervert. He dodged it, barely. Well, I'm glad to learn you can dodge now. Issei, be a dear and fuck off. What do you want from her? He tried to get close, but she shoved him off with her projectiles. The rest of the devils were busy, and she needed them to stay that way until she finally got it in her hands. Isn't it painfully obvious? Raynare flew, dodging the boy's blows, and grew irritated at this constant approaches. She punched him in the gut. Hard. Swiftly kicking him away, Raynare grew frustrated at the whole damn affair. Things were supposed to go so smoothly. She was sure Abathar keeping the others at bay would have helped, had the ghost not appeared. You already killed me! Issei's voice grew harder as his resolve seemed clearer. What the hell happened to him? I won't let you do anything to her. She's already been marked for death. Raynare's words made him stop. When a nun, one of her repute, gets excommunicated, an execution swiftly follows. What do you think the church is? All hugs and mercy? No. 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 God is a bigot, and those who follow him are worse. If anything, what I'm doing is merciful. This way her sacred gear does something useful before she kicks the bucket. What do you want her sacred gear for? Raynare conjured 2 deadly spears in her hands as the boy looked a bit nervous. He was brave. A foolish, brave boy. I'm taking her gift, so I can go home. She aimed at his legs. And no one is stopping me. No matter what happens. Bullets fired at her. Blessings were engraved into shells. Her training came into play as she swiftly dodged them and mustered her dark energy. The orb of destruction formed in her hands, and she fired it at 2 of them. They were quick, but not fast enough. It exploded and their chests were no longer there. A bloody affair that befell on her shoulders, but it was her duty. She saw Kiba and Kaneko working in sync as they took out a pair of exorcists. Her rook punched one of the priests. Hard. The blow of it sent him hurling into 2 more. Kiba danced with them, sword in hand. They were no match for them. None of them were, but they were no pushovers either. A few wrong steps could lead to unwanted injuries. Still, it would be easy. Those were her thoughts. Then Rias felt the sudden escalation in power. 6 black wings filled with power. Dark energy banished from heaven. This is not good. This fallen was different. Stronger than the rest. Then she saw Naruto emerge from the wall he was broken into. His clothes were torn in places, the blood still visible all over him, but the teen looked unfazed. If anything, Naruto Uzumaki looked almost angry. She noticed his eyes in that moment. Dark blue surrounded by endless black. And then the fallen introduced himself. Abathar of the Bloody Wings, a murderer of devils. The sound of bullets firing made her gain sense once more, as she swerved around them. Once more, she gathered her inherited power. Opening her palms, she let loose a wave of her energy. Just enough to kill them on contact. Nothing too gory. She never liked killing, but this was self-defense, and why should she spare them when they would not show her the same mercy? You fight well, Gremory. She looked to see the fedora-wearing fallen stand behind her. His arm poised out as if he challenged her to a duel. You could have attacked me. The fallen shook his head, in disappointment. Do I look a coward to you? He stood to face her. I, Donasek of the Gregory, will be your opponent, King Gremory. Perhaps there were more to these fallen than she imagined. Very well, Donasek. Rias flared up her power. You will die. Many have tried, devil. Many have failed. If I die by your hands, you will be the better of us too. Donasek created 2 light spears and threw them at her. She dodged and looked up to see the fallen lessen the gap between them. Another spear was ready in his hands, he intended to skew her with it, no doubt. She simply coated her hands with the power of destruction to smash the spear. Donasek reeled back, surprise on his face. Dark wisps of blue light gathered in his hand. Knives. He fired them all at her, each one turning the other to cover her from all corners. Donasek made one more spear in his hand, a big one. He was closing down all her spaces, and Rias had to admire his skills. It was useless, though. Crossing her arms, she let loose her power once more. A burst of destruction exploded out from her. All the knives of light vanished, and Donasek was still charging at her. Rias brought her hands together and gathered energy. The fallen was closer now than ever. In a second it was over. The orb in her hands was ready and it fired off at the fallen. Dark, destructive energy hit Donasek square in the chest. Wounds and cuts appeared all over him. Blood gushed out as the fallen was hit with the full brunt of her power. He lay there, his two wings sprawled out. A tiny pool of blood beneath him. Donasek looked at her with little life in his eyes. The gray in those eyes were settling in, and Rias Gremory knew he was all but done for. The sound of slashes reached her ears as an exorcist tried to maim her. Idiots! She flew up, avoiding their light swords. When would these priests learn? She unleashed another wave of destructive energy, martyring the modern-day crusaders. It was always one thing after another with religious zealots like them. She looked around to see what was going on. Kiba was doing excellently against his opponents, the expert swordsman he was. Kaneko had beaten down the fallen midget that came after her, and her queen was happily enjoying beating down the other female fallen. She was toying with her. So unnecessary. Akeno would be Akeno no matter what the setting. A spike in power drew her attention again. The fallen. He had a manic look on his face as he threw sword, spear, and lance of tainted light at Naruto. She observed his movements. Fast and agile, he was wasting no movement, as he swerved and dodged the conjured weapons, edging closer and closer to the fallen angel. She had no doubts of the strength he displayed so far, but a fallen with 6 wings was a problem, especially if it was Abathar. And she could see it. Naruto wasn't being able to hit him. When he got close, the fallen would take to air and keep the distance. He chucked the kunai at the fallen, and then Rias thought her eyes deceived her as she saw 6 of the kunai now. Blinking, she took another look. 6 of the kunai missed as the fallen dodged the weapons, and then she saw one again. What the hell? She wasn't sure what was going on, but he needed help and... AGH! The loud grunt of pain made her look at Issei. His legs were wounded, 2 holes in his thigh as blood leaked out, and the pawn was on his knees. Tears fell from his eyes, but the defiance was strong. Rias immediately wanted to jump, but more bullets came at her. Why were there these many priests? Stop interrupting me! Rias heard the wild shout of the fallen who'd killed Issei, her hand floating over Asia as she saw sigils working in tandem. I won't exactly enjoy killing you twice. Even if you're stronger now. Why? Rias heard him yell. His voice seemed broken and angry. Why are doing this to her? Just let her go. You'll kill her. Rias acted as bait, drawing the last of the priests away towards her as the rest of her peerage surrounded them. Why? Her sacred gear is what I need. The fallen spoke. She heard each word clearly as she made an orb filled with destruction. I don't expect you to understand. You who've got nothing but tits on his mind. That's what she is to you. Just another pair of tits you can look at and fondle. The girl did like you, you know. Shame she wasted that much of her breath on you. Don't you say that! Don't you dare harm her! Issei rose on weak legs, the gauntlet's jewel in his hands glowing brighter than before. Akeno unleashed her lightning. Kiba swung his sword, Kaneko focused her strength and tore through, and Rias let the orb of destruction fly loose as every single last priest fell. I don't care what you think. I'm not letting her die. Her pawn ran towards the fallen who had a look of shock on her face, and then she saw it. Bright red, flashing, the gauntlet transformed before her very eyes. More draconic, more powerful, and the claws of the Red Dragon Emperor finally showed its face to the world. His fist collided against the fallen's cheek, explosive energy appearing at that tips, and she flew to the other side, away from Asia, towards the rest of her fallen buddies who were, surprisingly, still alive despite being gravely wounded. She didn't think much of the fallen in general. While she didn't despise them like Akeno did, for all the right reasons, she didn't think of them as anything more than enemies. Yet, it was surprising, the way those fallen injured reached for her. They were surrounding her, covering her as they bore their mortal wounds, protecting their own despite their conditions. "How is he so strong?" Rias heard the groan of pain. The fallen who had killed Issei had a bloody face, her left cheek all but gone. "A twice critical should not be that strong." "That's where you're wrong." Rias Gremory, the king, walked forward. She faced the group of fallen, glancing at a crying Issei who held Asia. She wasn't dead from what she could tell, but she wasn't doing too well either. Her leathery wings spread as her voice stressed them down. "His weapon, though it may look like a twice critical, is something much stronger. Look at the design. Majestic, isn't it? Maybe you've heard it. One of the 13 Longinus class sacred gears. You'd think fallen angels would recognize a weapon that could kill your creator. I do have to thank you. Raynare, was it? Without you, I wouldn't have gotten him as an ally, and Issei wouldn't grow this strong." The Red Dragon Emperor. Donasek was still, surprisingly, very much alive. In fact, he looked less dying than she'd last left him. He coughed and chuckled. "We really screwed up here, didn't we?" "I guess," the blue-haired fallen spoke. Akeno's injuries on her seemed less prominent. Something wasn't right. To have a Longinus wielder as a servant. To think an ace pervert would have such a power. You really cherry-picked the worst kind, Raynare. The smallest of the fallen looked as if she hadn't been harmed at all. Rias. Akeno stood beside her, lightning magic at the ready as she realized what happened. She looked at the former nun whom Issei was trying to wake up, and then back to the fallen. They were healing. Fast. "It's funny, you know." Raynare stood, her face now proper again as her group was surrounded by a green light at their feet. "I finally get this close to my goal, and you devils come raining down on my parade. On top of that, the breast fanatic gets the power of the Welsh dragon of all things. You have twilight healing." Akeno spoke and smiled. She had a dark look in her eyes. "Goody. Looks like I'll get to enjoy severing all of you over and over again." "Oh, you naughty bunch are in more trouble than you thought." Electricity crackled at her fingertips. "Speak for yourself," Raynare said as the light beneath them grew stronger, rising. "This isn't your usual twilight healing, Hellspawn. This is twilight healing Maxima. It just doesn't heal, it can restore the state of anything, back to its original state. Unfortunately, this gear only works when you put your heart and soul into what you want it to do, and get very specific with your intentions. The girl would never make us whole again, not when her god disgraced us. She'd never allow it." "Bucho!" Issei shouted, tears flowing. "We need to save her." "Now, King Gremory," Raynare mockingly called her as the light dome grew to cover half of their bodies. "What do you think will happen when Maxima restores our original states?" "Angels." Rias Gremory gathered a substantial amount of her power in her palms as the light almost covered them all. No need to take the chance. Akeno was mustering up her magic as well, flaring it up and having no intention of letting them complete what they wanted to. If Maxima did what it did, and it could constantly heal them, it would be a big headache. Before she could act, a horrible yell of pain distracted her. But more so it distracted Akeno as she looked wide-eyed at the other battle she momentarily brushed aside, and Rias too found herself staring. As did her Peerage. He didn't expect to be kicked in the face. The last time someone did, other than his clone, was the worst day of his life. He walked his way out, through earth and stone, as he saw the spears of light come for him in the dark. He stepped past them as they flew by, hitting the air and dirt. Emerging out and taking in the chaos around him, he looked for Freed. He was escaping. Naruto was not going to let that happen. Stepping forward, he faced the one who kicked him. A fallen angel. 6 beating black wings, and the intent to kill. This one was different. Instead of all the usual spears he'd been facing all night, he saw swords of light in his hand. He was making small talk, wasting his time. Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of letting it continue. He rushed as the fallen angel swung, the sword missed him, clanging against the ground, the other hissed in the air. The leg reached out, an arc formed and came towards him. Naruto punched the fallen's knee, making him take a few steps back. He wasn't showing all his cards, but he didn't want to. Akeno was here, as were Rias and the others. He had no doubts about their allegiance, but he didn't want them knowing everything about him. The less everyone knew, the less he'd be bothered. Clutching his kunai, he met the fallen blow for blow as he laced it with wind chakra. Naruto may have been out of proper practice for the last couple of years, but he had the killer instinct. How could he not? A shinobi alone with his strength, and after witnessing the presence of beings different from and humans, not keep his guard up. He had to. The world was cruel, and he'd fight back against those who threatened to harm his peace of mind. He pulled Abathar close by the wrist, driving his elbow into the man's face as he smiled from the pain. The fallen thrived from it as he unleashed more of his aura. His power flared, and Naruto could not give less of a fuck. It was a game of distance now. Spears fired at him. Swords hurled at his head. Lances aiming at his limbs. All of them missed. The fallen was clearly enjoying their battle, and he could tell when a person was going all out. By no means was Abathar of the Bloody Wings, as he called himself, weak. His weapons cut through stone like hot knife through butter, and they exploded with enough energy to blow off limbs, flesh and bone off of people. Make them nothing but stains. It wasn't enough, though. Human! Abathar fired off more spears, 8 of them circled in around him. You are truly a rare specimen. Naruto jumped up and threw the kunai at him, making a hand seal. From the shadow of the blade, 5 more emerged, all laced and ready to pluck the feathers off of this one. The fallen looked surprised and dodged, though Naruto could see it. He got a few of his feathers. Those leather pants of his had red running down it. You made me bleed. Abathar's face contorted, twisted into a mask of hatred, despise and rage. He was pissed off. You think you're better than me, filth? Die! He shouted with rage in his eyes as more weapons were unleashed at him, and Naruto was finally tired. Tired of this repeating motion. The fallen before him was a one-trick pony. It reminded him of the time he'd charged head-on with the Rasengan and nothing else. The fallen was chucking weapons at him to see what would stick on him. At least the priests made it a bit interesting. He rushed past the incoming sharp projectiles. They were slow as he passed by them one after another before he jumped in the air, appearing before Abathar. His fist shot out squarely, hitting the fallen angel in the nose, smashing it. Blood spurted out along with teeth breaking and cracking. His left hand went in for a hook, smashing against his temple as one of his eyes leaked out blood, and then Naruto kicked out his leg, his foot hammering against the chin of the fallen angel. As he drifted from the impact in the air, Naruto Uzumaki grabbed Abathar by two of his wings and violently slammed him towards the ground. He yelled in shock before he hit the floor, leaving a trail of blood in the air. The fallen angel collided against the ground, digging his way into it. A web of cracks encircled him as raspy gasps of pain made its way into the chambers. Naruto Uzumaki landed, silently, and looked at the being he kicked down to the earth. His face a crimson mess, his body buckled under the impact with which he had been thrown, and now Abathar of the bloody wings had two less sticking out of his back. Naruto threw away the ones his hands as he looked down on the being who called him filth. I am better than you. Naruto walked away from the lonely, broken angel. They were staring at him. All of them. Dead priests lied here and there and away from the conflict. Issei was on his knees, tears in his eyes, and in his arms was the girl he met the other day. What was she doing here? Jumping his way towards the two of them, Naruto looked at the girl. She was breathing heavily, desperately. Yet he couldn't see any wounds on her. He noticed Issei's red gauntlet. It looked alive. Questions for later. What's wrong with her? Senpai. She's dying. Naruto didn't know the girl that well. She was nobody to him. A no one. It didn't matter. No one mattered. He told himself several times. He didn't want to get involved in the lives of others. Yet here he stood. For Arya. She didn't deserve it, yet she was killed. He didn't need to involve himself. She was no one, wasn't she? She wasn't. Arya loved him without asking for anything in return. Ideally, he would forgive those who'd wronged him before. Before he'd lost everything. Now this girl, like Arya and Kara, was another victim. What did she do? She offered him a smile and a prayer the other day. Like Arya used to. She was wronged by the same people, and that look on Issei's face reminded him of himself. His hand glowed golden as he reached for the girl. It went through her as Issei's jaw widened. The girl may not have had chakra, but she did have a life force, and he found it. It was weak and withering, but he could help her. When Arya was passing, he couldn't think clearly. He was far too rocked, far too shocked to comprehend it, and her words sheared his calmness. Now with a cooler mind, he grasped her essence and began to heal her. It was working and the girl looked far less paler, but something was wrong. Something was missing. He couldn't tell what it was. She'd live, but for how long he didn't know. I can't heal her, Naruto told Issei. He grew distraught. Not completely. I don't see any wounds either. What happened to her? Her. Issei wiped his tears. Her sacred gear was ripped out. She can't live without it. I don't want her to die. Where is it? Issei only looked at the vanishing green dome as it faded and saw 4 fallen angel. A blue-haired woman, a very short girl, the guy who came to his shop the other day, and her. Raynare. If they were in a battle, there were no signs of it on them, and Naruto looked at the glowing, gleaming green light from Raynare's hands. 10 emerald magnificent rings shone as the fallen angel was giggling, until she looked at him, and he saw fear in her eyes. You! Raynare! Naruto stood up, walking towards them and standing in between the occult group and the fallen. Naruto dash! Akeno started, but Naruto raised his hand, making her silent. Rias seemed on edge, as did Kiba and Kaneko. The fallen angel were ready to fight him. Hey! The one with the fedora spoke. You're the ramen shop owner. Do you know him, Donasek? I went to eat at his shop the other day. He makes good ramen. Of all the things you could have eaten, it had to be shitty ramen. The little fallen couldn't speak. He knew why. Something came through the chamber door fast. A body flew through it, crashing down near his feet. Freed cells then, bloodier than before Sans feet and hands. Naruto picked him up by the collar as he looked into the priest's eyes, whose one eye was swollen to the point he was sure he couldn't see. Oh! Naruto said, slapping him hard as the noise echoed and no one dared to move. Don't you fall unconscious. Didn't you make her watch as you killed Arya? Naruto drove his knee into the swollen eye. Over and over and over again. By the time he stopped, his face was caved in from one side as Naruto slapped him once more. Freed spat at him. She was a cunt, deserved it. Naruto growled, gritting his teeth, drawing blood. His hand grasped around Freed's mouth as the priest struggled to breath, screaming into his palm. He tightened his grip. Fingers clawed in, piercing through skin, nerves, flesh, bone as he was overcome with rage. In his mind he heard Arya's voice. Her last words, and he pulled. His fingers were firmly deep inside the very bones of the priest, and Naruto pulled it upwards. Bones began to crack, flesh began to rip, and skin began to tear as Naruto yanked off Freed's head from his neck, dragging his spine out as well. Flesh and blood dripped down from it. He looked at the head in his hands, shaking with rage as he crushed it into mush. TCH! He threw it away as he looked at the fallen again. They were staring at them with shocked expressions and shaking with fear. Raynare was clutching herself, her nails digging into her skin as the rings glowed. We have to leave now! Raynare shouted as raised her open palm at the sky and her black wings spread. And she stood waiting for something to happen. Then she looked around and looked at her wings. No. Raynare! The blue-haired woman shouted, her wings out as well. As did the others. What's going on? Why isn't it working? No! Raynare shouted like a woman possessed, and was crying. The rings glowed as she grasped her wings, shaking them. No! It's supposed to work! He told me it would work! Naruto walked past the fallen angel. His killing intent was thick and flaring in the air. His rage had let out a burst of dread. He stood in front of Raynare as the woman fell on her knees before him. She was already defeated. Give me the gear. It wasn't supposed to be this way. She was crying as she looked at him with despair in her eyes. He knew the feeling. He said I could go home again. Give me the gear, he repeated, or I'll rip it from your fingers. The fallen angel wailed, muttering curses, and the rings slid off of her fingers. 10 of them glowed and formed a translucent sphere. It flew into his hands. He breathed easier now, calming down. He looked at the corpse to the side, the mutilated remains he left behind. He didn't regret what he did. It wouldn't change anything, but he couldn't let Fried live. Naruto walked towards the devils. Kiba looked frozen in place. He tried to hide his fear, but the rattling of his sword gave it away. Kaneko, the usually monotone girl, shaking in her shoes as her fists came up in defense. Rias herself took half a step back as he approached her. She looked to be in shock and was gulping the closer he got. He stood in front of her as offered her the sphere. Naruto. She didn't know what to say next, and he could understand why. He lost control. Can you save her? She's a nun. An ex-nun. A new voice revealed itself and Naruto threw a kunai at the door. The figure dodged his attack. It was a young man. Silver-haired, purple-eyed, reeking of fallen essence. He was dressed differently. Well, don't kill the messenger. We don't want a war now, do we? Lady Gremory, it seems I've arrived a bit late. Who are you? Naruto asked the newly arrived intruder. The man bowed his head, holding his hat, and then 10 black feathered wings unfurled from his back. I am Shemhazai of the Gregory. He stood straight and looked at the remaining fallen angels. I'm here to gather the rogue fallen angels, priests, and one freed Selzen. We'll take them into our custody. They've caused quite a fair bit of chaos. Can't have a few bad eggs ruining everything, can we? Lord Shemhazai. Rias spoke. Her voice was more composed now, but still on edge. You should have let me know you were arriving. I apologize for that, but I let the other king know of my arrival. Orders came from the top to apprehend those stirring up the pot here. Though I expected the rogues to be in. He looked at the corpse of Selzen and the crushed head, shaking his head. Better condition. We've got to clean up quite the mess upstairs, too. And we're just supposed to let them go like that? Rias sounded apprehensive. They've killed people in this town. People who were under contract with the House of Gremory. And we will compensate for what you lost, Lady Gremory, the man countered. He reminded Naruto of someone from a meeting in a certain tower once. Lord Azazel himself guarantees that. This was a transgression on part of rogue fallen and excommunicated priests from the church. We're shouldering the blade only because one of our own is responsible for all the trouble that's transpired tonight. Naruto looked at the fallen, and he had Shemhazai's attention. You said one of your own? He brought in everyone here. Including Fried. Yes. So this fucker, Naruto pointed at Fried's remains, did everything a fallen told him to do so? Yes, he did. The Gregory have no intention of starting unnecessary conflict. He heard Akeno scoff at the words. Who gave the order? It's our problem, sir. Who gave the order? Kokabeel. It wasn't Shemhazai who answered him. Raynare's purple eyes were bloodshot as she looked as if she was done with life. He brought the priest. The girl. He told me I could go home if I used the gear. That I could become whole again. She cried again. Poor child. Shemhazai looked disappointed. You forget how heaven marked us all. You won't get back what you crave without His grace or unless the great Archangel allows it. You should have known better, Raynare. All of you. Raynare said nothing and kept crying as her group sat beside her. There was no escape for them, but there was a chance for Asia. Naruto took Rias' hand and placed the sphere in her hand. She was surprised at his action. He asked her once more. Can you save her? Yes, Rias said, looking at Asia. But she'll become a devil. She's a nun no longer, Lady Gremory. Shemhazai chimed in, walking past the fallen group towards where Abathar was laying. The church would have called for her head regardless of what happened here tonight. You'd be a fool to give up such a sacred gear wielder. Oh dear. Abathar. The world has not been kind to you. May I ask who did this? Naruto knew it was time to leave now, but there was one person he didn't entirely look at tonight. Gazing into purple eyes, he expected a bunch of reactions. Fear. Repulse. Shock. He found warmth. Akeno looked at him with a blush on her face. Her eyes looked dreamily dimmed. A smile on her face, true and serene. Naruto didn't know how to react to this. Her hand reached out and reached for his cheek. Her finger brushed against the blood stain on his face. You've got red on you. Chaos. That's what the whole day was. From their newly acquired pawn ending up with an injury, Naruto missing out on classes, an act of her king letting Ise say no he was astray, the incident at the church and what happened after. It was all so much for one day. Akeno enjoyed her hot shower much more than she thought she would have. She dressed herself up in casual clothes. Dark yoga pants and a t-shirt that hugged her. She tied her hair and prepared the box. She cooked fried rice, crispy chicken strips and fresh salad on the side after everything that happened. Shemhazai, she remembered seeing him before, and honestly she was glad he didn't talk to her. Though he did give her a nod and a farewell. He knew who she was, but didn't bring it up. Naruto had left almost immediately after he was assured Asia would be safe, though not before giving a look Akeno knew was for her eyes. The man knew boundaries and was clearly running on time. Rounding up the filthy fallen, the broken exorcists and priests, picking up the broken Abathar and sweeping off what remained of freed Selzen. The occult research group arrived back at their base where Rias welcomed a new member into her peerage. Asia Argento, former nun, now a newly christened bishop of the current Lucifer's sister. There was a joke in there somewhere, Akeno had mused. Afterwards, the members retired for the night save Akeno and Rias. They discussed the events. Sona had come over and heard everything as she was supposed to be and on the loop about things like these. Akeno couldn't wait for all this to be over. She had to go somewhere. Rias knew what she'd planned and tried to stop her, but Akeno made it clear she knew what she wanted. Finished with preparing the meals she made, Akeno set out and walked the streets of Ko Town. The lonesome streets were different without the people, and she understood the appeal of it. A few thugs saw her, and they came in with those degenerate looks. She hexed them with her lightning, in their testicles. They would heal, of course. If they didn't, it was entirely their personal problem. Finally, she made it. Walking up the stairs, she knocked on the door. Waiting. She knocked again. And again. She knocked louder. Much louder. Grasping the handle, Akeno twisted it, and instead received a jolt of lightning. It shocked her, literally, and Akeno felt her palms stinging. The door opened and the sound of music followed. Naruto stood at the threshold, a cigarette in his mouth. What are you doing here? I brought us dinner. Us? I didn't eat and I felt like you didn't eat either. You didn't, did you? I wasn't hungry. This will make you hungry. Akeno. He took a puff in and let it out on the side. I appreciate it, but I'll be fine. Akeno frowned. She'd had enough of this charade. She walked forward, looking up into his eyes. They were normal now. The dark from his eyes faded after he got Twilight Maxima from the Fallen. I cooked this. For us. After everything that happened today. Walked all the way across town. I came here for this. You are not saying no to me. Not anymore. He didn't argue much. They both ate silently with nightcall playing in the background. The apartment smelled like smoke and cheap perfume as the lights were dim. After they were done, Naruto insisted on doing the dishes. It was his house after all. She relented, waiting for him on the couch. After he arrived, she had to almost drag him to make him sit beside her. Why was he so stubborn? Lighting another cigarette, Naruto smoked in a calm manner as Akeno tried to make small talk. He was giving the half-assed responses she'd gotten before she got closer to him. Naruto! Akeno poked him, he only glanced at her, but she was less invasive now. Arya! She's dead, Naruto said. He took a long drag out of his cigarette, finishing it as he pushed it against the ashtray. His smoke permeated the air, and he looked at it with disappointment. I could have saved her. I couldn't react. All I could see was her, when I was a kid. When I left the orphanage. By the time I absorbed what it was, fuck. I couldn't save her. I failed. She squeezed his hand. He looked at her. His walls were still up. She reached out and stroked his cheek. He didn't back away. Slowly she got closer. You did your best. My best, he paused, looking into her eyes, is never enough. I lose. Always. You saved one life tonight, Naruto, Akeno told him. I lost control. He put it bluntly. I knew no matter what I did she wouldn't be back. And I still went after Freed. I couldn't let him live. Not after what he'd done. I would have done the same. You were scared tonight, weren't you? She saw him knee-deep in danger tonight, dodging death, dealing death, and she loved it. Her insides grew warm and moist at what he did tonight. Such pure violence. Unrestrained and passionate. The sight of him in that state drove her mad. Akeno's feelings towards him were unexplainable. They'd been strong and magnetic, she could only define it in one word, right. She did not feel one bit of hesitation towards the way she felt about him, and after tonight, after what he displayed, she grew hungry for him. She knew her answer even before he had asked her that. No. She got off the couch and shivered. Akeno didn't care what followed. She sat down on his lap, facing him. Her arms around his neck. He grew a bit stiff, but eventually looked her in the eyes. I wasn't afraid. I don't think I ever will be. You saw what I did. And I was so turned on. She confessed, he snorted. Her fingers rubbed the back of his neck. You always make me feel this way, but tonight you drove me to the edge. There's something about you and it's hard to explain, but whatever it is, Naruto Uzumaki, you are not pushing me away. Never again. Especially not tonight. Akeno, you? I'm telling you how I feel, idiot. She leaned in close and whispered. It'll be better if I show you. Her lips met his and watched his eyes go wide, before he closed them and gave in with a soft groan, returning the kiss. Akeno leaned further forward, she deepened their kiss and touched him, pulling closer, closer, closer. Her tongue probed his lips desperately, and longingly moaning into his mouth. His arms wrapped around her, and he pressed forward, his lips against her as Akeno shivered, rubbed herself upon him. Her mouth opened, and he opened his to match, and they intertwined their tongues between them. She tasted nicotine and, oddly enough, him. They stopped, taking a moment to breathe, and she rubbed her hands against his chest, her forehead against his as they breathed hotly. Akeno smiled as she slowly took her shirt off, and Naruto stared at her. Not at her chest, but he was entranced by her eyes, and then he did the same. They wanted each other, and with this act, he admitted just as much as she did. He pulled her close, kissing her deeply. She moaned at his touch, melting in his arms, grinding against him and straddling him. Deeper, hotter, fiercer they locked their lips together, and Akeno didn't care what happened after. All that mattered right now was this.